Oh. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk titled ANS_02.
Clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6571, offered by Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section
Without
1.
objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentle lady is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on her amendment.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. First, I want to thank Mr. Bouchon for working with me to find a bipartisan path forward on supply chains. Together, we found a way to create a comprehensive, credible, and robust supply chains package that will strengthen both our economy and our national security. In this committee, we've seen the consequence of weakened supply chains, from drug shortages before the pandemic to masks and gowns during the pandemic, from lumber and glass shortages impacting housing affordability and availability, to chips and minerals that power our consumer electronics, defense systems, cell phones, and cars. Bottom line, supply chains touch the lives of every American, whether they know it or not. And strengthening those supply chains means making our lives better and products cheaper. Today, after months of good faith bipartisan negotiations, we are considering the bipartisan Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act that will help us map, monitor, predict, and strengthen supply chains. It will make more critical goods right here at home and create good-paying jobs while lowering consumer costs. The legislation I am proudly supporting today incorporates all of the key elements of the Supply Chains Act, legislation that I am proud to have co-sponsored with Representatives Dingell, Kelly, and Wild. That legislation garnered the support of over 160 organizations, from labor to the chamber. With this amendment, today's bipartisan legislation will support steady government leadership by assigning the responsibility for supply chain and American manufacturing resilience to an assistant secretary in the Department of Commerce. And I want to extend a special note of thanks to Secretary Gina Raimondo, along with the team at the Department of Commerce, for their partnership and leadership on this vital issue. The bill will support American innovation and take back global leadership by setting the rules of the road with robust guidelines and best practices that will ensure American businesses are a step ahead of their competitors. Our bill will no longer position our country as passive reactionaries to a supply chain crisis or shock by mandating the creation of a national strategy that elevates supply chain resilience to the forefront of U.S. national policy. This comes at a time when events like the war in Ukraine are increasing the price of goods for American families, or American jobs are threatened by foreign actors like China on the other side of the globe. Finally, our bill will ensure important stakeholders are consulted while the Department of Commerce does its important work, and it will ensure sensitive business information is safeguarded while maintaining the normal course of legal and judicial review. Today, we are taking action to ensure we win the global competition for our country's economic future. And the surest way to win is to follow a simple premise. If we can make it in America, then we should. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Chair, for Dr. Bouchon, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I'd like to speak in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the Chair for including the Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act today in today's markup. Passing this important bipartisan legislation that I am proud to co-lead with my colleague, Representative Lisa Blunt-Rochester, will show this committee's commitment to identifying risks to American supply chains and preventing shocks from occurring, including how emerging technologies can be used to mitigate these shocks. The bill establishes a program within the Department of Commerce that will map and monitor critical supply chains utilized by American producers in a multitude of sectors, a critical step in improving our economic and national security. This program will also develop best practices to advise manufacturers on how to strengthen their supply chains and help governmental and private sector stakeholders plan for and respond to supply chain shocks. Hoosier manufacturers make some of the best products in the world and should not have to rely on inputs with unreliable sources. Having the Department of Commerce study and advise on how to secure supply chains will allow producers to plan appropriately. I wholeheartedly urge support of both this AINS, making technical changes, as well as the underlying bill, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. Mrs. Dingell, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word and speak in support of the AINS.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Blunt-Rochester and Representative Bouchon, for working together to craft bipartisan supply chain legislation. I'm very grateful for their leadership on this critical issue. The Bipartisan Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act gives the federal government the authorities and tools needed to strengthen our industrial base and support supply chain resilience. And it's great to see more bipartisan legislation on this topic move through the committee. Included in this legislation are several provisions found in the Supply Chains Act, a piece of legislation I am co-leading with Representatives Blunt, Rochester, Kelly, and Wild, including a provision to make the Assistant Secretary of Commerce responsible for leading a government supply chain resilience effort. We have to address supply chain vulnerabilities proactively to prevent them from escalating into full-blown crises. If nothing taught us, people saw it, recognized it during COVID, and like my colleague from the Midwest, Detroit, Michigan, were devastated when we didn't have chips and cars were just parked in parking lots. Quite frankly, vulnerable supply chains are a matter of national security. That's why I'm glad this legislation also includes extended mapping, monitoring, and proactive measures to address supply chain shocks, a coordination group with input from labor, and a national strategy that provides for a plan of action to address supply chain resiliency. I urge all of my colleagues to support this important legislation. We need to take action so that we never see the debilitating shortages that we saw during COVID-19 pandemic, avoid the need for significant government intervention to rebuild our national semiconductor capacity, and to protect our automobile industry from threats to innovation and manufacturing. Supply chain legislation is vital for the competitiveness of our country, and this piece of legislation is critical. So we are working to get this done. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? I'd like to recognize myself for 5 minutes to strike the last word. I want to join in thanking Dr. Bouchon and Ms. Blunt-Rochester for their continued work to find bipartisan agreement on 2 important bills before this committee, to lead on securing American leadership in emerging technologies and to make our nation's supply chains more resilient. Their bill, H.R. 6571, the Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act of 2023, builds on the foundation established in the COMPETE Act, American COMPETE Act, which I led with the assistance of members on both sides of the aisle. Thank you, Jan Schakowsky. In 2020, the American COMPETE Act focused on ensuring America, not China, is leading in the promotion and deployment of critical emerging technologies. And today, we're taking another step toward that goal with bipartisan legislation to enhance mapping and monitoring of our supply chains, which will help us protect against future vulnerabilities that may hamper our economy. Americans experienced firsthand the supply chain issues caused by the pandemic, making it hard for many to find essential products. So I'm pleased to see this legislation moving forward. It's going to help us further address these issues. One issue that I just wanted to highlight for the Department of Commerce was improving how we analyze emerging technologies and utilize them to map and monitor supply chains and strengthen chain resiliencies. We're also addressing new technologies like blockchain and other distributed ledger technologies. So This is good news. I urge support, and I yield back. Now recognize, for what purpose does Ms. Kelly seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
I am very pleased that Reps. Blunt Rochester and Bouchon's Promoting Resilient Supply Chain Acts include vital provisions from the Supply Chains Act legislation that I co-sponsored and has garnered the support of over 160 stakeholders. Our nation's manufacturing base and supply chains are critical for supporting our capacity to develop and produce the high-tech revolutions essential for prosperity in the 21st century. Yet supply chain vulnerabilities cannot be addressed if they are not identified. We must heed the lessons learned from the last few years when we all witnessed the supply chain crisis. That's why I'm proud to support the Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act, which would, among other things, establish a robust program that includes an expanded mapping and monitoring initiative to address supply chain shocks before they occur, a national strategy that elevates the importance of the issue and provides for a plan of action to address supply chain resiliency. For these reasons, I applaud the hard work carried out by Representatives Blunt Rochester and Bouchon, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Amendment is agreed to. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, question now occurs on approving HR 6571 as amended, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark.
Aye.
Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Rogers.
Aye.
Rogers votes aye. Guthrie votes aye. Hudson votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 44 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up HR 5390. Asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5390, a bill to direct the Secretary of Commerce to conduct a study on the feasibility of manufacturing in the United States
Without
products.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does Ms. Miller Meeks seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to speak in support of my legislation, H.R. 5390, the Critical Manufacturing Feasibility Act, and I'm grateful for the committee's consideration of this important bill. Manufacturing has been hit hard by the global supply chain constraints over the last years, with record-level inflation and supply chain disruptions impacting numerous sectors of our economy. As global competition has increased, control over our supply chains has fallen into the hands of our foreign adversaries, namely the Chinese Communist Party. Such a geographic concentration of supply chains has left many U.S. companies vulnerable to disruption. It's essential now more than ever for the U.S. to strengthen our domestic supply chain efficiency, especially in infrastructure areas, including critical manufacturing, U.S. defense industrial base, energy, food, agriculture, etc. That's why I'm pleased this full committee markup includes H.R. 5390, which I introduced with Representatives Larry Bouchon, Abigail Spanberger, Annie Custer, Bill Johnson, and Kim Schreier. Specifically, this legislation directs the Secretary of Commerce to conduct a study on the feasibility of manufacturing more critical infrastructure goods in the United States, in particular, manufacturing products in rural communities such as Iowa. I urge your support of this critical legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
Chair Rogers, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm really proud to co-lead H.R. 5390 with my colleagues, Reps. Miller Meeks, Bouchon, Custer, Schreier, and Spanberger. This bill requires the Department of Commerce to study and report on products that are in high demand across the critical infrastructure sectors. Importantly, the bill includes feasibility studies for manufacturing products in rural communities. As the representative of several rural counties in eastern Ohio, I know that manufacturing in these communities can and should play an increased role in making products for critical infrastructure sectors and in our nation's supply chain. It's critically important that we tap into American innovation wherever possible to shore up our critical infrastructure supply chains, and this legislation will help America do exactly that. I encourage my colleagues to support it, and would the gentleman like some time?
Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely, I yield to Mr. Bouchon.
Thank you for yielding. I would like to express my support for Dr. Miller Meeks' bill, the Critical Infrastructure Manufacturing Feasibility Act, which I'm proud to co-lead with my colleagues, as was mentioned. Indiana is an extremely manufacturing-intense state, home to more than 546,000 manufacturing jobs. This means that the supply chain disruptions caused in recent years by the pandemic and foreign manipulation have been especially damaging for the Hoosier State. Car production lines have been curtailed from lack of semiconductors, drug shortages have arisen when producers can't get necessary precursors, and more. This bipartisan legislation will direct the Department of Commerce to study which products in critical infrastructure sectors are being imported due to manufacturing and supply chain constraints. Based on this study, the department will then develop recommendations on how to stand up production capabilities in rural areas in the U.S. Utilizing the resources we have and expanding our manufacturing capabilities in rural areas will help prevent supply chain bottlenecks from occurring and encourage more of what we use in America to be made in America, not imported from adversaries like China. So I urge all of my colleagues to support this important legislation, and I yield back to Mr. Johnson.
Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 5390, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Badagan. Badagan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Rogers.
Aye.
Rogers votes aye.
Clerk will report. Oh, Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Curtis recorded?
Mr. Curtis is not recorded. Curtis votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 45 ayes and 0 noes.
Ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 5398 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5398, a bill to require the Secretary of Commerce to conduct a study on tech startups and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
Chair Rogers, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm very pleased that my legislation, H.R. 5398, the Advancing Tech Startups Act, was included in today's full committee markup. This bipartisan legislation would require the Department of Commerce to study and report on the impact of technology startups on the U.S. economy. It also promotes a national strategy for encouraging more tech-focused startups and small businesses in all parts of the United States. As I've said before, you don't have to be in Silicon Valley to successfully launch a tech startup. The talent, sustainable cost structure, and opportunity are available in many locations across the country. Importantly, the study established by this legislation also requires the development of a comprehensive list of federal agencies asserting jurisdiction over entities and industry sectors dedicated to the creation and growth of tech startups, and to also identify all federal rules and regulations as they relate to states, cities, or geographic areas committed to the creation of technology startup companies. This information can help identify barriers that may hinder technology and small business startups from taking root across the country. The last few years have served as a painful reminder of the importance of creating products, supply chains, and intellectual capital here at home. We can't rely on China or anyone else, and we shouldn't, and we don't need to. While we must ensure our supply chains are resilient in a global economy, we must also be self-sufficient in critical assets, or critical areas. It's time to fully unleash the American spirit of innovation and entrepreneurship across the entire United States. I encourage my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none. Question occurs on approving H.R. 5398. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Badagan. Badagan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Rogers.
Aye.
Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Wahlberg recorded?
Mr. Wahlberg is not recorded. Wahlberg votes aye.
How's Mrs. Lesko recorded?
Ms. Lesko is not recorded. Lesko votes aye.
How's Mr. Crenshaw recorded? Oh,
I'm sorry.
Crenshaw?
Mr. Crenshaw is not recorded.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 46 ayes and 0 noes.
Ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 5146 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5146, a bill to require the Secretary of Commerce to conduct a
Without
study.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does Mr. Joyce seek recognition?
I wish to be recognized and to speak in support of my bill.
Gentleman is recognized for.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. As we all know, the gig economy has become a vital part of our financial systems. This is especially true as we come up on the holiday season, and more businesses are looking for part-time workers and ways to staff up during a busy time. More than ever, we rely on a flexible workforce. It allows for workers to choose their own schedules, allows for freedom of choice for freelancers in the projects or jobs that they pick up, and the ability to potentially make more money than if they were in a traditional job. While my Democratic colleagues may say that they have so-called labor concerns with this bill, I've reached across the aisle on multiple occasions for their input and consideration, only to be met with no response or willingness to come together on this issue. This is a common sense study examining the impact of the gig economy on businesses and the United States as a whole. We should be implementing smart and sound economic policies. I urge my colleagues to all vote in favor of my bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. Chair recognizes the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't support the Advancing Gig Economy Act because there's already an extensive body of research on the gig economy and no justification, in my opinion, to spend federal funds repeating that work. And at least some of those existing studies look at the positive and negative impacts of the gig economy. By contrast, the Advancing Gig Economy Act presupposes that the gig economy is a net positive, ignoring the harmful effect that this industry has on workers, consumers, safety, and the environment. Unlike workers classified as employees, gig workers are not entitled to minimum wage, overtime pay, unemployment insurance, workers' compensation, paid sick days, paid family leave, health and safety protections, the right to unionize, and discrimination and sexual harassment protections. And without such core protections, it should be no surprise that 14% of gig workers earn less than the federal minimum wage, more than 29% of gig workers make less than the state minimum wage, and well over half of gig workers report that they are seeking a new job. Now, some studies suggest that ride-sharing drivers are far more likely to be involved in accidents than other drivers, and ride-hailing services contribute to more congestion and carbon emissions. Short-term rentals have been scrutinized for lacking basic safety features typically found in traditional hotels, like carbon monoxide detectors and fire safety protections. Directing the Department of Commerce to study only the benefits of the gig economy is not sound policy, in my opinion. And the Advancing Gig Economy Act also fails to provide the Department of Commerce resources to carry out the study, which may have been diverted from the agency's other core functions. House Republicans are advancing legislation that would cut the Department of Commerce's funding by 13%, which is nearly $2.7 billion below the president's budget request. So can we really expect the Department of Commerce to do more with less? I don't think so. And for all these reasons, I oppose the bill and yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Are there, yes? Chair, for what purpose does Ms. Sherkowski seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
So I would like to just amplify a little bit or to agree with the remarks of our ranking member. And so let me be clear. The American people are the gig economy. Without workers, the gig economy simply does not exist at all. But as our ranking member said, there is nothing in this bill that requires the department or allows the or funds the Department of Commerce to look at the impact on workers. And there are so many issues that do affect workers. The issues of the low wages, the long hours and uncertain hours, and the hazards that they encounter on the job, and many others that, again, our ranking member had recommended that be studied. And this bill would not only not study this, but doesn't provide any of the resources that would be needed for the Department of Commerce to do that kind of research. And it seems to me that not only that the Republicans don't include that in this legislation, but actually have called on a diminution of $3 billion from the funding for the Commerce Department. And so we really can't expect the Commerce Department to do anything with less money. And so the studying the impact of the gig economy without looking at what workers are doing simply misses the point. And so for that reason, I will oppose the legislation, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Are there any amendments? For what purpose does Mr. Joyce seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk titled JOYCPA_033.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to H.R. 5146, offered by Mr. Joyce of Pennsylvania. Page 2, line
Without
15.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would require that the Department of Commerce to study the upcoming impact of the new 1099 threshold included in the so-called American Rescue Plan. I appreciate our auto workers are back on the job, but it is important to know that there are other forms of employment. And some folks work out of their house. They depend on eBay to conduct commerce while managing a family. The change in the law that this amendment will review will take a hard look at how this and other types of gig work will impact hard-working independent workers. The previous and time-tested threshold was $20,000 in 200 separate transactions. Democrats thought a more appropriate threshold would be just $600 and one transaction. While the IRS has delayed implementation on shaky legal ground to do so, Republicans, led by Representative Carol Miller from West Virginia, who has legislation to return the threshold to original levels, have kept the pressure up. The IRS is not equipped to handle this new volume of reporting, and I can't imagine Americans want the IRS in their wallets examining every transaction that they make under this new threshold. In addition to the burden on consumers, we should examine the new and unnecessary burdens placed on existing businesses and startups, as they have an increased compliance burden. Government should simply get out of the way and allow these entrepreneurs to focus on their business model, not force them to become CPAs. As we think through the gig economy and its workers, maybe the first place that we should start is by considering new tax burdens put on businesses by those masquerading under the guise of seeking to protect their interests. I get it, the big labor bosses collecting dues don't like this type of work because it means less money in their own pocket, but maybe they need to think about the ways to grow the economy instead of hurting others who are currently trying to climb the ladder of success. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? For what purpose does Ms. Clark seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo the concerns of Ranking Member Pallone and Representative Chakowski. There's already an extensive body of research on the gig economy, and the underlying legislation ignores the harmful effect that this industry has on workers, consumers, safety, and the environment. I fear that this amendment doubles down on those fundamental flaws. The American Rescue Plan adopted reform to narrow the tax gap to the amount of tax that is legally owed but not paid by making it easier for digital marketplaces, payment services, and gig platforms to track the income that they need to report on their tax returns. Crucially, this information reporting does not affect the amount of tax a payee owes. It is simply a tool that helps ensure that tax filers pay the amount they legally owe. This reform is projected to save an estimated $9.7 billion in revenues from noncompliance from 2023 to 2033, according to the Joint Committee on Taxation. The amendment directs the Department of Commerce to merely focus on the effect of this crucial reform on the gig economy, not on tax compliance or our efforts to reduce the federal deficit. That's just not balanced. Further, the Treasury Department, after careful study and evaluation, has recently delayed in the imposition of rules implementing the reform to reduce any potential confusion the new gig rules might create. Treasury has announced that they will phase in the reform to further reduce confusion and allow more time for taxpayers to prepare for these rules. Treasury is striking a sensible balance between supporting taxpayer awareness and compliance with existing tax law. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back for the discussion on the amendment. The vote occurs on the Joyce amendment. A roll call has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fluger. Fluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
No.
Pallone votes no. Eschew. Eschew votes no. Deget. Deget votes no. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes no. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes no. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes no. Tonko.
No.
Tonko votes no. Clark. Clark votes no. Cardenas. Cardenas votes no. Ruiz. Ruiz votes no. Peters. Peters votes no. Dingell. Dingell votes no. Vesey. Vesey votes no. Custer. Custer votes no. Kelly. Kelly votes no. Badagan. Badagan votes no. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes no. Soto. Soto votes no. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes no. Trahan. Trahan votes no. Fletcher. Rogers.
Aye.
Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how's Mr. Palmer recorded?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Palmer votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 26 ayes and 20 noes.
The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, the vote occurs on approving H.R. 5146 as amended, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Fluger. Fluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
No.
Pallone votes no. Eschew. Eschew votes no. Deget. Deget votes no. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes no. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes no. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes no. Tonko.
No.
Tonko votes no. Clark. Clark votes no. Cardenas. Cardenas votes no. Ruiz. Ruiz votes no. Peters. Peters votes no. Dingell. Dingell votes no. Vesey. Vesey votes no. Custer. Custer votes no. Kelly. Kelly votes no. Badagan. Badagan votes no. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes no. Soto. Soto votes no. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes no. Trahan. Trahan votes no. Fletcher. Rogers.
Aye.
Rogers votes aye. Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Palmer votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how is Mrs. Lesko recorded?
Ms. Lesko is not recorded. Lesko votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 27 ayes and 20 noes.
Ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 3950 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3950, a bill to require sellers of event tickets to disclose comprehensive
Without
information.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek recognition? For what purpose does Mr.
Strike the
Bilirakis
last
seek
word.
recognition?
I
Gentleman
speak on the
recognized for
underlying
5
bill.
minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to urge my colleagues to support my legislation, H.R. 3950, the Ticket Act, under consideration today. We have an opportunity to pass bipartisan legislation that addresses price transparency in the live event ticketing marketplace, which has become inundated with hidden and confusing fees for consumers. I want to thank the ranking member of the subcommittee, my good friend and my colleague on this piece of legislation, Representative Jan Schakowsky, for her partnership and collaboration. We've been able to work closely together on this issue and negotiate a package that provides consumer protections for fans nationwide. As a lifelong baseball fan, a fan of the Tampa Bay Rays and Pittsburgh Pirates, I always enjoy going to a ball game. My hope is that fans of their respective ball clubs can enjoy a seamless ticket buying experience and attend games, of course concerts too, without hassle. H.R. 3950 will require ticket issuers, a secondary market issuer and secondary market issuers to clearly and conspicuously disclose at the beginning of the transaction and throughout the ticket purchasing process the total ticket price for the event. We are ensuring that consumers know what the price will be of their event upfront, preventing deceptive practices confusing checkouts. I want to add also, given the significant support, and we do have a letter of support, many letters of support from stakeholders from across the country, and of course different communities, that I have recommended to Chair Rogers, and she's agreed that we combine the tickets bill with the STOP Act. I'd like to ask my good friend and vice chairman of the committee, Mr. Armstrong, to offer the ains, because he's been working with me very closely on this particular issue. That would then mean we did not bring up the STOP Act as a standalone bill. So this is an approach I've been in touch with the minority, knows all about this, and they've agreed. Stakeholders spanning from consumer groups to businesses of all sizes agree that this common sense price transparency measure addressed in our bill is definitely needed. In terms of the underlying bill's language that addresses disclosures related to so-called speculative tickets, we've heard significant concerns that it may inadvertently be misinterpreted as legitimizing this practice. I don't believe that's the case, but we've heard this. I have worked hard to go further with stakeholders on prohibiting the questionable practice of selling tickets that one doesn't possess. In that regard, I'm looking forward to the discussion we have on the ains that will combine our language with the language of the STOP Act proposal we worked on as well, which prohibits this practice. I'm thankful again for the chair and ranking member for working with us, as well as ranking member Pallone and Representative Pasquale. I know he's been working on this for many years. I'm glad we were able to address some of the priorities included in the BOSS and SWIFT Act. They have been seeking such progress, again, for some time now, and I'm glad we could find consensus among Congress and stakeholders on portions of this bill. And again, I want to thank my ranking member on the subcommittee, Jan Schakowsky. She's really been great to work with. So let me say this too. This legislation has shown that this committee can really deliver the entire markup, if that's the case. And I hope it demonstrates to my friends across the aisle, on and off the committee. I have met with, again, on the name, image, likeness bill, wanted to get that in, on college sports. I think that needs to be done right away in a bipartisan fashion. I look forward to working with them. I urge support for the ains, which will be offered by Mr. Armstrong, and final passage for the biggest ticket reform in years. So let's go. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it very much, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does anyone else seek recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Armstrong seek recognition?
Madam Chair, to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3950, the Ticket Act, it's AINS 01.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3950, offered by Mr. Armstrong.
Without objection, the reading will be dispensed with. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to everybody on both sides of the aisle, particularly Chair Bilirakis, on working to, what he said, bring the most substantial change to this practice in a very, very long time. This amendment in the nature of a substitute makes conforming changes to the Ticket Act to reflect text that has passed the Senate Commerce Committee, as well as inclusion of the speculative ticket oversight prohibitions or the STOP Act. This includes the Ticket Act's inclusive ticket price disclosure provisions that will provide consumers with clear total price listings for an event ticket. The AINS also includes the STOP Act, which features a ban on speculative ticket sales unless the seller has actual or constructive possession of the ticket. However, the bill allows for secondary sellers to offer a consumer a service to obtain an event ticket under certain controls, including clear disclosures that the service is not a ticket nor guarantee purchase of a ticket, or that the requirements to separate ticket event sales and the service with a separate purchasing process, and finally, requirements for a full refund to the consumer for cost of the service and the ticket if the specified ticket is not procured or a comparable ticket is considered insufficient, which is determined by the consumer. The bill also requires clear disclosures to guard against deceptive websites that seek to mislead customers. Finally, I understand concerns still remain over the specifics of the itemized disclosure for all-in ticket pricing. I remain committed, as do other members on this committee, to working toward an agreement on that issue to ensure that consumers have accurate descriptions of the total cost of tickets and each associated fee. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. For what purpose does the ranking member seek recognition?
To strike the last word, Madam Chair.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And I just wanted to start by applauding Chair Bilirakis, Ranking Member Schakowsky for all the work that they've done producing a bipartisan ticketing bill with strong protections for consumers, and also commend my friend and colleague, Representative Pascrell, for his years of leadership on improving the ticketing experience for consumers, and in particular, all the hard work he's put into the BOSS and SWIFT Act. Now, regarding the amendment before us, I'm pleased to see it incorporates my amendment from the subcommittee markup that mandates refund requirements and provides transparency for consumers. Consumers should not be left on the hook if an event is canceled or postponed, and should have the option to receive a full refund or comparable ticket to a rescheduled show or game. Consumers should also know what the policy regarding refunds is for an event and how to obtain a refund before they purchase a ticket. Both these concerns are addressed in the amendment before us today, and again, thank the Ranking Member Schakowsky, Chair Bilirakis, and Representative Armstrong for working to ensure that language is included. Today, the committee is taking an important first step in restoring fairness and transparency to the event ticket marketplace by mandating all in-pricing disclosure, banning speculative ticketing, requiring refunds for cancellations or postponements, and prohibiting deceptively named websites. And while I believe there's still more that can be done to address anti-consumer practices in the ticketing space, this amendment and the underlying bill before us today will go a long way in improving the ticket buying experience for all fans. Bipartisan bills like the one before us exemplify how the members of this committee can work together to deliver meaning and impactful legislation for all consumers. And again, I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment and the underlying bill, and thank the chair.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? For what purpose does Ms. Schakowsky seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady, ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I'm very happy to talk about moving ahead with the Ticket Act, and I want to thank Congresswoman Armstrong for making it even better as we vote on it today. We put a lot of work into this legislation, as did many of us. This has been a real bipartisan effort. I want to especially thank the chair of the subcommittee, Gus Bilirakis. We have worked together on this for quite a long time, and I'm very happy that we have arrived at this moment. I want to thank our ranking member, Frank Pallone. We also had help from other members, including Representative Blunt Rochester on this legislation. So this has really been an example of what we can do to protect consumers. This is one of the most frustrating things that people encounter. We have heard lots from our constituents who want to go to a concert, an event, a sporting event, and have found that just the business of getting the ticket has been extremely frustrating and costly. And so this legislation does a number of things that have been mentioned already. I just want to say that it ends the surprise fees that have been so common. Right now, under this legislation, the first price that you see when you order the ticket is the price that you pay, not a penny more. And we have seen in the past that there's been 60%, 40% increase at the end of the day that you didn't expect. That won't happen anymore. This bill will ban the sale of tickets that a seller actually doesn't have in hand, and it will certainly restrain bogus websites that are selling fake tickets. So a lot of the problems that people have faced will be eliminated. This is the job of this committee. Our subcommittee has worked hard on this, and I'm just proud to be part of the process, this bipartisan process, to make this happen. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Mr. Tonko, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Giving American consumers full transparency in the ticketing marketplace is long overdue. I commend the work of my colleagues, Ms. Schakowsky and Mr. Bilirakis, to ensure this through their Ticket Act. I also commend the inclusion of a study to look at FTC enforcement in the years following the enactment of my bill, the Better Online Ticket Sales Act, or the BOTS Act. The BOTS Act prohibits the use or sale of bot software, empowering consumers to fight back against tech-savvy scalpers and price manipulators in the ticket industry. However, since it was signed into law by President Obama in 2016, the FTC has settled just one case against defendants charged with violating the statute. Without enforcement, bot operators continue to act with impunity. The study is a good start, but the FTC must get serious about using the full force of the BOTS Act to level the online ticket playing field for our consumers. If they report that they need better legal tools to stop bots, Congress should step in to further bolster the authority of the FTC in this fight against hackers, scalpers, and bots. I thank my colleagues for their work on this issue and yield back, Madam Chair, the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Mrs. Dingell, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank Representatives Bilirakis and Schakowsky for their work on this bipartisan transparency and charges for key events ticketing act. These hidden junk fees are surprise fees added to customers' bills. They're driving up costs, and we know they're stifling competition in industries nationwide. And it's great to be working in a bipartisan way to proactively take on junk fees to ensure corporate accountability and protect consumers. The Ticket Act was spurred on by President Biden's initiative to target junk fees in consumer-facing industries. I would be remiss not to recognize, as the ranking member Pallone did, he worked closely with Representative Pascal on legislation to make ticket pricing transparent and to improve the consumer experience through their legislation over the last several years. I know we can all agree that surprise junk fees for live events are an issue that must be addressed. Live events have been consistently cited as the source of confusion related to junk fees. I want to make sure everybody knows what they're paying for, but I have concerns around whether this bill should be applied to movie tickets. As the Ticket Act continues to move through the legislative process, I hope that we can talk about that because we don't want to see inadvertently ticketing for movie theaters to rise up in cost because of this. So I would ask that. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion. For what purpose does Ms. Blunt Rochester seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am very proud of the bipartisan efforts of this committee for consumers. And I'm also proud of the language I introduced in our subcommittee markup, banning the use of deceptive or misleading website names by ticket sellers. It will be included as we move forward with the Ticket Act. I'm grateful to my colleagues, Representatives Schakowsky, Pallone, Pascrell, Bilirakis, and Armstrong for their work and leadership on this important issue. Consumers face many risks online, from dark patterns to deceptive marketing tactics to insufficient data security. Many consumers have been taught to protect themselves online by checking the URL or website to see if it looks legitimate. But still, bad actors online will include the unauthorized use of specific names and trademarks in a URL or website name in an attempt to mislead consumers looking to purchase event tickets. This intentionally misleading practice puts consumers at risk of purchasing an overpriced ticket or worse, a fake ticket. Website names should be helpful to consumers trying to identify where they are online. They shouldn't cause greater confusion or deceive consumers into thinking they are buying a ticket directly from a venue or an arena. I am pleased that this bill will help ensure that this is the case. Thank you, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Does anyone seek recognition on the Ains? Okay, the clerk will call the roll on the Ains. Oh, I believe we're going to do a voice vote. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Very good. So the clerk will call the roll on the bill, the final passage.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis.
Aye.
Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Rogers. Rogers votes aye.
Oh, we've got a couple of others. Okay. For what purpose, sir?
Pence is not recorded. Pence votes aye. Kamick votes aye.
Yes.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Anyone else? Dr. Ruiz?
Ruiz is not recorded. Ruiz votes aye.
Yes. How is Ms. Barragan recorded?
Barragan votes aye.
Anyone else? Are we good? All right, very good. The clerk will report.
Chair Bilirakis, on that vote, there were 45 ayes and 0 noes.
Excellent. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 6125 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 6125, a bill to require online dating service providers to provide fraud ban notifications to online dating service members and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled. This act may be cited as the Online Safety Act of 2023.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. On the bill? Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm pleased that the committee is moving legislation to help prevent financial harm on dating platforms. More than 30% of Americans have used dating platforms to find connections. Congress has an important role to play in ensuring there are adequate guardrails to keep people safe online and on these platforms. One issue that we have yet to address, but must, is pervasive sexual violence on online dating platforms. Research has shown that dating apps facilitate sexual harassment and serve as hunting grounds for predators. When survivors report acts of sexual violence on these platforms, we've heard firsthand that dating apps are slow to respond and sometimes don't remove perpetrators from their platforms. This is simply unacceptable. As the co-chair of the bipartisan task force to end sexual violence, I'm committed to ensuring that Congress holds platforms accountable and keeps all Americans safe. I look forward to working with my colleagues on this important issue, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Kamick seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I have an amendment at the desk labeled H6125, amendment number 1.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6125, offered by Ms. Kamick.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I extend my support to the Online Dating Safety Act of 2023 by Representative Peterson and Representative Valadeo. This bill would require the online dating service providers to issue a fraud ban notification to their members who have received or responded to a message from a band member on the online dating service. Now, I know you may be surprised. I know I certainly was, but a lot of our senior citizens have sadly fallen prey to fraudulent actors that participate on these platforms, and it is just an absurd assumption that we can't protect users on these apps. So the fact that naive users send money or personal financial information to these fraudsters on these sites necessitates the need for this legislation. The fraud ban notification would include information about the band member that they have interacted with and some information regarding ways that they can avoid future online fraud. So it is very important to inform users and to protect them from bad actors, especially as communication from the online dating service moves to other platforms over time. I urge my colleagues to support this bill to protect consumers of online dating services from fraudsters. And with that, I yield back.
Very good. The gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on this particular amendment?
I have an amendment.
Okay.
To the amendment.
I believe we'll recognize Chairman Pallone for his purpose of offering an amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Bilirakis. My amendment to the Ains is labeled CO_02. You have it?
The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6125, offered by Mr. Pallone. Page 2, line 3, insert as applicable after a statement.
The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank Chairman Bilirakis and the majority staff for all their hard work on this legislation and their willingness to work with Democratic committee staff. Also want to thank the co-sponsors of the bill, Representatives Peterson and Valdeo, for their leadership on this issue of online dating safety. My amendment and Ms. Kamick's underlying Ains address many of the minority's concerns and goes a long way in ensuring users of online dating apps who may fall victim to fraudsters looking to extort money are notified when they've been in contact with such a fraudster. As more and more consumer reports using online dating services, it's important that we are proactive in preventing harm, especially on online dating apps and other online platforms. And while there's more to be done to address harms that have been arisen in the online dating space, this bill and the Ains are important first steps. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, the Ains, and the underlying text, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Any discussion? To vote on the amendment, I understand it'll be a voice vote. So all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Or the amendment passes. The amendment to the amendment passes. And now we'll go to the question now occurs on approving H.R. 6125 as amended. We have to vote on the Kamick amendment first. Okay, all right, so, I'm sorry. We're going to vote on the Kamick amendment prior to final passage. All in favor of the Kamick amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, the amendment passes, and we will vote now on the entire amendment, which is the Pallone amendment, along with the Kamick amendment. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Or the amendment passes, and the question now occurs. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and call the roll on H.R. 6125.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Rogers. Rogers votes aye. Wahlberg is not recorded. Wahlberg votes aye.
Anyone else? Support.
Chair Bilirakis, on that vote, there were 44 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is, as amended, is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 6543 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 6543, a bill to prohibit unfair and deceptive advertising.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Ms. Koenig, you're recognized. For what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I would like to extend support to Representative Kim and Castor's no fees on extra expenses for stays legislation. This bill is common sense and will help consumers understand what they will pay at the time they book the reservation and check out of a hotel. Sometimes consumers are hit with hidden charges at the time of checkout, and guests will never see those charges coming. And certainly as a representative of one of the largest states for tourism, the Sunshine State, we see guests from all over the world. In the hospitality business, you want to make people feel good and have a good time. And there's nothing worse for ruining a vacation or a stay than unexpected charges at the end. So it's time that Americans don't have to wait until checkout to know exactly what they owe for their stay. I would like to thank all of our stakeholders in this, in the lodging industry, specifically the American Hotel and Lodging Association, for all of their work on this bill. It's a common sense piece of legislation that I encourage all of my colleagues to support. I also ask for unanimous consent to submit 2 documents for the record, a letter of support for the bill from the American Hotel and Lodging Association, as well as a statement of support from Airbnb.
Without objection, so ordered.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I yield back.
Very good. The gentlelady yields back. Anyone seek recognition on the Democrat side? Representative Castor, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Members, when families set their budget for their family vacation and they go shop online for their accommodations, they expect that the hotel price they see will be the price that they pay. But many travelers experience resort or destination fees. Sometimes these are tacked on at the time you check out or at the end of that lengthy online reservation process. So I'm very gratified that to offer the No Hidden Fees Act with my friend Congresswoman Young Kim of California. This bill will require the clear and conspicuous display of all fees associated with reserving short-term lodging. So when you visit the beautiful Tampa Bay area or the beautiful beaches of Florida or fantastic destinations all across America, people will understand exactly what they're going to pay. Visitors are often lured into hotel or motel rooms or lodgings that do not disclose all the fees online. It's a real trap for consumers, and it's really not fair. They work hard to plan their vacations. They really deserve to understand what they're going to pay. I also have supporting documents to offer for the record, ask unanimous consent to accept the endorsements from the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, along with the California Hotel and Lodging Association. And also just wanted to submit an example of the kind of comments being received by the Federal Trade Commission on these. So I'll offer that for the record as well. It says that on October 15th, David Portnoy submitted a public comment to the FTC. He and his wife traveled to Fort Lauderdale to attend a wedding, making lodging reservations 9 months in advance. The hotel informed him just a week before his trip that he would be charged a $44 resort fee for each day, despite arriving late in the evening and leaving directly after the wedding ceremony. David and his wife were consequently charged for services that they did not and could not use. The couple could have better budgeted their time and finances had these fees been disclosed at the time of booking. These kind of surprise fees are deceptive and they're unfair, so I urge the committee to move swiftly so that we can work with our Senate counterparts to bring this initiative into law. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Anybody on the Republican side wish to speak? Any further discussion? Yes, Representative Soto, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Honored to represent Orlando, a tourism mecca, a place that so many folks come from around the country and around the world to visit our world-class theme parks. This is what we do in Orlando. This is what our constituents do, work hard every day to create memories for families that can last a lifetime. And we also see millions of families coming to Central Florida every year, and they work hard. They're saving money for years to be able to have these amazing trips. And so we need transparency. People need to know what the price is that they can expect at the beginning of the trip so that they could budget, so that they could plan. Hidden fees tacked on at the end of their stay is particularly disturbing to me. And so with this bill, we're going to make sure that the advertised price is the price, that we have great memories for families, and people can save and know what they're getting into and have a great trip. For that and more, I'm excited to support this bill, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Soto. Anyone on the Republican side wish to speak on the bill? Okay. Okay, the question now occurs on approving 6568. A roll call vote is requested, so the clerk will call the roll. Oh, 6543, is that right? Okay, I was reading the wrong one, I apologize. The clerk will call the roll on Bill 6543.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis.
Aye.
Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Rogers. Rogers votes aye. Joyce is not recorded. Joyce votes aye.
Anyone else?
Wahlberg is not recorded. Wahlberg votes aye.
Anyone else? Okay, the clerk will report.
Chair Bilirakis, on that vote, there were 43 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 5202 as amended by the Subcommittee on Innovation, Data, and Commerce, and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5202, a bill to reauthorize the Virginia Graham Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at
Chairman.
any point.
Mr. Chairman.
So ordered.
I have an amendment to desk.
Yes. Gentleman you're recognized to explain your amendment, but we have to, of course, report the amendment first. So the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5202, offered by Mr.
Without
Burgess.
objection, the first reading, the amendment is dispensed with, and the amendment will be open. Again, an amendment is requested, so I'm going to recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain his aims.
Thank you. This makes a technical fix by reducing the authorization levels from 5 million to 2.5 million. This was an agreement reached at the end of last year on a straight reauthorization. The underlying bill required all pool drain covers manufactured or sold in the United States to comply with new entrapment standards. It also required owners of all new and existing public swimming pools and suction systems to install new safety equipment. This legislation will continue to strengthen pool safety standards for public swimming pools and spas and promote awareness to prevent pool-related injuries and deaths. I want to thank Ms. Wasserman Schultz for her commitment to the issue and urge an aye vote on the amendment. And yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the aims?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Ms. Castor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose?
I move to strike the last word to
All
speak
right.
in favor of the bill.
You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to Congressman Burgess as well. H.R. 5202 is a bipartisan bill that would amend and reauthorize the Virginia Graham Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act to improve the safety of pools and spas and help prevent drowning. The original law had 3 components. Provides for a grant program that incentivizes states and municipalities to adopt their own pool and spa safety laws, support education efforts. These grants provide critical support for folks back home to enforce their safety requirements and educate communities about drowning prevention. It also directs the Consumer Product Safety Commission to launch Pool Safely, a national drowning prevention education campaign, and it requires every public pool in America to install safe drain covers that prevent that suction entrapment. Drowning is a leading cause of death in America. It can happen in seconds anywhere there's access to water. About 11 people die each day from drowning in the United States, and drowning kills about 4,000 Americans each year. More than 2,000 people drowned in swimming pools from 2018 to 2020, and it's the leading cause of unintentional death for children ages 1 to 4, and the second leading cause of death for children 5 to 14. There are significant disparities as well in drowning deaths, with higher rates of drowning for people of color and for those living in tribal and rural areas. So it's vital that the grant awards take into account those many factors, including the areas with the highest drowning incidents and entities targeting diverse, minority, or rural populations to address and target racial, ethnic, and rural disparities. I want to thank Representative Wasserman Schultz, Congressman Burgess, Congressman Carter on this committee for their dedication and commitment to preventing drowning and protecting our kids. So please support the bill, and I yield back.
Gentle lady yields back. Appreciate it. Any more further discussion on the Republican side on the aims? No further discussion. How about on the Democrat side? Anyone further? Okay. If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed? The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The question now occurs on approving H.R. 5202 as amended. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Griffith. Bilirakis.
Aye.
Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Pfluger. Harshbarger. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. DeGette. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko. Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Badagan. Badagan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Rogers. Rogers votes aye. Guthrie votes aye.
For what purpose? I recognize Representative Harshbarger. Okay, very good. How
Harshbarger
about
votes aye.
Representative Duncan?
Duncan is not recorded. Duncan votes aye.
Yeah, Representative Hudson.
Hudson is not recorded. Hudson votes aye.
Anyone else? Anyone on the Democrat side? All right, the question now occurs on approval of H.R. 5202 as amended. A roll call vote has been requested. We've already done that, so. Okay, yeah, the clerk will report. Yeah.
Chair Bilirakis, on that vote, there were 40 ayes, 0 noes, and 1 abstain.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Next, the chair calls up H.R. 2964 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 2964, a bill to require the Federal Trade Commission to issue regulations requiring certain products to have do not flush labeling and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Anyone seek recognition on the bill, discussion of the bill? All right, otherwise, anyone seek recognition? Anyone have an amendment? Yes, Representative Wahlberg, you're recognized for purpose of offering your aims. You're recognized, sir, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment in the nature of substitute at the desk, and I wish to offer that.
You are recognized. The clerk will...
Right. Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Chairman. I rise in support of the WIPES Act.
We have to first.
Amendment in
Clerk
the
will report the
nature
amendment first. Thank you.
amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2964.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his particular amendment. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of the WIPES Act introduced by Representatives McLean and Representative Peltola. This bill will help consumers know from the label on the packaging of certain wipes that they're not flushable. Consumers have terrible plumbing issues when they unknowingly flush some of these wipes, which cost them a lot of money. To protect unnecessary costs of consumers in fixing their pipes, adding a clear label of "do not flush" on the packaging of such wipes will be helpful. I want to thank my friends on the other side of the aisle for working with us to get the language in a good spot. The amendment, in the nature of a substitute, removes unnecessary rulemaking and consultation with other agencies, makes a tweak to the proximity of the symbol and the label notice, and some minor definition changes. I urge my colleagues to support the AINS and the underlying common sense bill to add the required labeling in the packaging of these wipes. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? All right. Ranking Member Pallone, you're recognized for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Bilirakis, and I am supporting the amendment. The improper disposal of non-flushable wipes can damage critical wastewater infrastructure as well as lead to environmental contamination. I'm pleased that my Republican colleagues are willing to work with Democrats to reach bipartisan agreement on this bill. At the subcommittee, I expressed concerns with how the underlying language posed challenges for the agencies tasked with implementing the legislation, and that such challenges could lead to confusion for both consumers and industry. So the amendment before us today would ensure that the FTC has the authority it needs to regulate non-flushable wipes while requiring industry stakeholders to follow nationally and internationally recognized best practices and standards. I want to thank the sponsors of the bill, Congresswoman Peltola and McClain, for all their hard work, as well as obviously Chairman Bilirakis, Representative Wahlberg, and the majority staff. And I've obviously asked that we support the AINS as well as the underlying bill. And with that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. The gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the Republican side with regard to the amendment? Okay. No further discussion. All those in favor of the amendments signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. And I understand that the gentleman, they request a recorded vote. The question now occurs on the approval of H.R. 2964 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis.
Aye.
Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. Deget. Strakowski. Strakowski votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Rogers. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes is not recorded. Sarbanes votes aye.
Palmer recorded.
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes aye.
Oh, yeah, I will.
The clerk will report.
Yeah.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 42 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 1797 as amended by the Subcommittee on Innovation, Data, and Commerce, and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 1797, a bill to require the Consumer Product Safety Commission to promulgate a consumer product safety
Without
standard.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? Mr. Joyce, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I wish to speak in support of the legislation.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Setting Consumer Standards for Lithium-Ion Batteries Act. This legislation will ensure that there is a consumer standard for rechargeable lithium-ion batteries used in personal mobility devices, such as electric scooters, bikes. This will protect against the risk of fires caused by these batteries and any associated charging devices. Putting a standard in place for these highly combustible products will ultimately save lives. This legislation came about in the aftermath of a string of fires caused by these batteries in New York. Over the past 5 years, the Fire Department New York has opened 651 investigations related to 395 injuries and 28 deaths. On March 11, 2017, the Harrisburg Bureau of Fire lost a firefighter due to a fire caused by a lithium-ion battery in a micromobility device. There have been multiple fires related to this in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, especially due to defective batteries in hoverboards. These hoverboards were sold improperly without going through any testing by underwriter laboratories. There were 2 fires tied to this incident. The batteries were not compatible with the chargers that were included with the hoverboards. It is important that we not only protect consumers, but also the first responders who are now being burdened by increased calls and the risk of death to put out fires related to these products. I urge my colleagues to help protect consumers and first responders with this legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Chair, for what purpose does Ms. Clark seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to see this committee take up this meaningful legislation to protect consumers from faulty batteries in e-bikes and scooters. I'm proud to support the Setting Consumer Standards of Lithium-Ion Batteries and urge my colleagues to do the same. Introduced with my colleagues from New York, Reps. Torres, Garbarino, Ryan, Bowman, D'Esposito, Espaillat, and Goldman, this bill, which advanced unanimously at the subcommittee level, directs the Consumer Product Safety Commission to set a mandatory safety standard for lithium-ion batteries in personal mobility devices such as electric bikes and scooters. Fires caused by lithium-ion batteries in e-bikes and other devices have already killed 18 people and injured 133 others in New York City this year. And we can add to that, unfortunately, this past Sunday, another individual was killed and 6 others injured. Since 2021, unsafe micromobility devices have been linked to hundreds of fires and over 24 fatalities. By advancing this legislation, we can protect consumers from fires caused by micromobility devices by requiring them to meet certain mandatory safety standards. This bill is supported by industry stakeholders and fire chiefs alike, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1797. I thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back the balance.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Are there any amendments? Question occurs on approving H.R. 1797 as amended, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Duncan. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. Duquette. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Sarbanes votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Badagan. Badagan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Rogers.
Aye.
Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Duncan recorded?
Mr. Duncan is not recorded. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie?
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis?
Bilirakis is not recorded. Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Carter?
Carter is not recorded. Carter votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 42 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 6132 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 6132, a bill to require the Consumer Product Safety Commission to promulgate a mandatory consumer product safety standard with respect to retractable awnings.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does Mr. Balderson seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word and speak on the bill.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The I say it all the time, Awning Safety Act will add critical protections to these potential hazardous products. The bill requires the Consumer Protective Product Safety Commission, or CPSC, to develop a standard related to the fixed or freestanding awnings commonly seen in homes. This safety standard will prevent unexpected injuries and deaths. This past August, the state of Ohio and this committee were struck tragically when Michael Nat, Olivia Shields' father, began a seemingly mundane home project, taking down the retractable awning from the one-story home he and his beloved wife, Jill, had just purchased in 2022. Michael was on the ladder when the spring-loaded arm of the awning unexpectedly shot out at him, forcing his ladder to tip and to fall. Upon impact, he suffered a severe spinal cord injury and lost consciousness nearly immediately. Jill, his wife, rushed to call 911, and she performed CPR on her husband for 6 minutes until the police and the paramedics arrived and took over. Michael was taken to Kettering Health's main campus, the same hospital where he worked as a physician, and where he was surrounded by all his 5 children and son-in-laws within hours. He also received his last rites from a Catholic priest. After several agonizing days on life support, Michael was pronounced dead, passing away at age 62. The owner's manual passed along to him by the home's previous owners did not include any warnings about the awning's retractable arms or safe ladder placement. I want to take a moment to speak about what an extraordinary person Michael was. On August 9th, a day after Michael passed, his colleagues, residents, and fellows lined the hallways of the hospital honoring Michael as he was taken to donate his organs to people in need of a second chance in life. Following Michael's death, news spread throughout the many communities Michael impacted. As a physician in maternal fetal medicine, Michael cared for and loved all people before they were even born. Michael was a faithful man and a devout Catholic. He was humble, calm, nurturing, and ready to jump into action to help those around him. Olivia, who is with us here today, showed me some of the many Facebook posts where people shared her father's act of kindness, many of which his family had never heard about. In fact, one woman described him as having a heart of gold. On many occasions, Michael gave his patients money for gas, meals, and warm clothes in the winter. He even bought one woman a microwave. Olivia recalls one instance when he brought a mom, her newborn baby, and 2 other children into their home for a few days until he found them a safe and stable place to live. On another, when he took his family to an Amish farm to pick up 8 children so they could spend Christmas with their mother, who was battling cancer and just delivered a newborn boy. Michael's community and his patients were important to him, but first and foremost came Michael's family, especially his loving wife, Jill, of 35 years, and their children, Annalise, Olivia, Abby, Seamus, and Emma. Michael wanted his children to dream big and fulfill those dreams, telling his children, life is too short to go to work without a positive attitude. As Michael and Jill's family began to grow to include in-laws and grandchildren, they were on cloud 9. Guided by his faith in all things, Michael was ready to share his values, humility, honesty, kindness, and his continuous sense of humor with the next generation before his life was tragically cut short. Michael Natt should be alive today. By passing this important legislation, we can help the Natt family honor Michael's memory by making these household products safer and hopefully prevent future tragedy. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Yes, the gentleman yields back, and I just would like to say thank you to the gentleman for a beautiful tribute to Dr. Michael Natt, and appreciate your leadership on this legislation to raise awareness so that other families do not have to endure similar pain and loss. I also want to recognize Olivia Natt, who works for the Republicans on the House Energy and Commerce Committee, and her family. We appreciate them sharing their story in hopes that others will be spared the similar loss and pain. So thank you, Mr. Balderson, for your leadership on this legislation. Chair recognizes Mrs. Castor for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Representative Balderson for introducing the Awning Safety Act with me. It's an important consumer protection bill which will prompt the Consumer Product Safety Commission to promulgate a safety standard for fixed and freestanding motorized retractable awnings. Awnings are a necessary part of our lives. They shield us from the hot sun and the elements. The last thing a person should be worried about is a defective awning, but there are too many cases of awnings opening unexpectedly with great force. In 2019, a motorized awning product was recalled after 14 incidents, including 1 fatal injury. The CPSC worked quickly with the manufacturer to recall the product and provide a remedy for consumers, but we've got to do more. It's vital that the Consumer Product Safety Commission continue this work to save lives and keep families safe, to prevent tragedies like what happened to Olivia's dad and Dad Michael. That's why Rep. Balderson was wise to introduce this important bill. It will provide adequate resources to the CPSC so it can continue to educate the public and identify dangerous products. All Americans deserve to enjoy the great outdoors without the fear of injury or death from products they presume to be safe. And with that, I yield back my time and urge adoption of the bill.
Lady yields back. Further discussion? Any amendments? Seeing none. Question now occurs on approving H.R. 6132, and the roll call has been requested.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. DeGette. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Badagan. Badagan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Rogers. Rogers votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 43 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up HR 4310 and asks the clerk to report.
HR 4310, a bill to ban the sale of products with high concentration of sodium nitrate to individuals and for other
Without
purposes.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? For what purpose does Mr. Carter seek recognition?
Say me?
Do you want? No?
I do. Please, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Representatives Trahan, Carey, Porter, and Stewart, along with Senators Duckworth and Vance, for their leadership on this bill. As described in this bill, it will work to keep this dangerous substance out of the hands of those who are most at risk, especially our youth. 2 years ago, this committee conducted a bipartisan investigation of sites that not only made sodium nitrate accessible to anyone, but promoted it as a means for suicide. I want to thank Mrs. Trahan and her staff for their years of work on this topic, and specifically for bringing this bill forward to ensure this lethal substance is not available to consumers. I encourage my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I yield back.
Further discussion. For what purpose does Ms. Trahan seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair for yielding. I'm grateful that the committee is marking up the Youth Poisoning Protection Act today. This bipartisan, bicameral legislation is urgently needed to limit consumer access to high concentrations of a dangerous toxic chemical that's being promoted online as a method to die by suicide. 2 years ago, the New York Times revealed how online suicide assistance forums, websites that operate in the shadows of the internet, encourage and facilitate suicide. Their activities have contributed to a rise in suicides using this chemical, sodium nitrite, which in low concentrations is safe and often used to cure meat and fish. However, in high concentrations, sodium nitrite is toxic at levels comparable to cyanide. If that's not bad enough, it gets worse. While anonymous users promote the poison as a painless way to die by suicide, survivors tell a different story, detailing experiences of nausea, vomiting, intense stomach pains, heart palpitations as the substance chokes off oxygen delivery to critical organs. When notified by my office of the product's popularization as a suicide method, many websites, including Amazon, that sold the product have taken down their listings or limited sales only to other businesses with a proven use for it. But there are bad actors out there looking to capitalize on people experiencing suicidal ideation by creating websites for the sole purpose of selling this chemical as a suicide kit. And right now, there is no law in the books to stop them from doing so. Madam Chair, the Youth Poisoning Protection Act changes that by prohibiting the consumer sale of sodium nitrite products with a concentration higher than 10%, the usefulness threshold agreed upon by independent experts. I will note for my colleagues that this bill solely limits the sale of this product to consumers. There are some businesses that cure meat and fish in bulk and need to purchase sodium nitrite in high concentrations as part of that process. This bill will not affect them. It solely seeks to end the straight-to-consumer sale of highly concentrated sodium nitrite that is helping fuel the efforts of anonymous suicide forum users pushing each other to end their lives. It's simple, it's straightforward, it has the potential to save lives, our kids' lives. That's why I'm so grateful to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle and in both chambers who were instrumental in drafting this legislation. Representatives Mike Carey, Katie Porter, and Chris Stewart, Buddy Carter, as well as Senators Tammy Duckworth and J.D. Vance. And I urge members of the committee to join us in supporting this strong bipartisan legislation. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs over recessing before. Okay. We will now recess for floor activity and return in 15 minutes following floor debate on H.R. 4468. The committee stands in recess. Mr. Pallone has arrived. Flip. Here we go. All right. You ready?
I guess I'm ready.
I was born. Okay. Committee will come to order. Question now occurs on approving HR 4310, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Lotta. Lotta votes aye. Guthrie. Griffith. Bilirakis. Johnson. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Carter. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kemick. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. DeGette. Schakowsky. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Tonko. Clark. Cardenas. Ruiz. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Veazey votes aye. Custer. Kelly. Barragan. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Craig. Schreier. Trahan. Fletcher. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye.
Clerk, would you call the roll of those who did not vote on the first round, please?
Burgess is not recorded.
Votes aye.
Burgess votes aye. Guthrie is not recorded. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith is not recorded. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis is not recorded.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson is not recorded. Johnson votes aye. Hudson is not recorded. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg is not recorded. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter is not recorded. Carter votes aye. Dunn is not recorded. Curtis is not recorded. Curtis votes aye. Lesko is not recorded. Lesko votes aye. Crenshaw is not recorded. Armstrong is not recorded. Armstrong votes aye. Fulcher is not recorded. Mr. Palmer, you're recorded as aye. Kamick is not recorded.
Kamick?
Ms. Kamick votes aye. DeGette is not recorded.
DeGette?
DeGette votes aye. Matsui is not recorded. Sarbanes is not recorded. Sarbanes votes aye. Ruiz, you're not recorded. Ruiz votes aye. Cardenas is not recorded. Cardenas votes aye. Trahan is not recorded. Trahan votes aye.
Mr. Soto?
Soto votes aye.
Clerk, how is Mr. Fulcher recorded?
Mr. Fulcher is not recorded. Fulcher votes aye.
How's Ms. Blunt Rochester recorded?
Ms. Blunt Rochester is not recorded. Blunt Rochester votes aye.
How is Ms. Kelly recorded?
Kelly is not recorded. Kelly votes aye.
I think we did pretty good. Good. Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 42 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 4814 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 4814, a bill to direct the Consumer Product Safety Commission to establish a pilot program to explore the use of artificial intelligence in support of the mission.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill?
I thought Soto had an Ames. I was going to speak on it.
For what purpose does Mr. Soto seek recognition?
To present an amendment.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4814, offered by Mr. Soto. Strike all after.
Without objection, the reading of the clerk on the amendment will be dispensed with. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am thrilled to be able to introduce the Consumer Safety Technology Act along with my dear friend from Texas, Representative Burgess, as well as Representatives Trahan, Guthrie, and Castor. As technology continues to improve, we need to make sure our agencies are embracing new technologies. In short, the bad guys, they already have AI and other technologies that they're using, and so it's important that cops on the beat have these technologies as well. We're excited to see that that FTC will be able to be doing studies on digital tokens. We'll see both consumer protection be enhanced by using artificial intelligence through the Consumer Product Safety Commission, and also to look at the application of blockchain technology to prevent and mitigate fraud. And for that and more, I'm excited to be able to introduce this. And the AINS makes technical and conforming changes, such as to the word token, and conforms to other bills that are up on this in the committee today, and I move for the AINS.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. For what purpose does Mr. Burgess seek recognition?
To speak on the amendment nature of a substitute.
Try.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I want to thank Mr. Soto for the amendment in the nature of a substitute to make the technical and conforming changes that were delivered to us by the request for technical assistance from the agencies. So the underlying bill requires the Department of Commerce, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, and the Federal Trade Commission to explore the use of emerging technologies in evaluating consumer products and safety. Specifically, this bill requires the CPSC to use artificial intelligence in a pilot program to do at least one of the following: track trends in injuries involving consumer products, identify consumer product hazards, monitor the sale of recalled consumer products, or identify consumer products that do not meet specified importation requirements related to product safety. 15 years ago, in this committee, we heard testimony from a manufacturer, a major toy manufacturer, right before the Christmas buying season, that some of his toys had been painted with lead paint that painted with green paint that was contaminated by lead. These were products that were made in China. Although he admitted that these products should be recalled, there was no plan to turn the boats around in the ocean and take them back to China. They were delivered to this country and unloaded and stored in warehouses. Bobby Rush, who at the time was chairman of the Commerce, Trade, and Consumer Protection Subcommittee, was concerned that these products would find their way into discount houses in his low-income neighborhoods. And I think it was a valid concern. Problem was there was no real way to deal with that. But now, 15 years later, using this new artificial intelligence technology, there will be a way to identify those products, isolate them, and keep them out of the stream of commerce, and to identify them in resale shops should they show up there. So it's an extremely valuable legislative change that we're undertaking here. I want to thank Mr. Soto for recognizing the fact that the agencies had offered us technical assistance in the language, and adopting their technical assistance as part of the underlying bill is the purpose of the AINS, but I do urge support of the underlying bill. It's important, it's time we did this, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the AINS. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The AINS is adopted. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on approving HR 4814 as amended. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta.
Aye.
Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Aye. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Aye. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Aye. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Aye. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kemick. Kemick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Veazey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Mr. Clerk, how is Ms. Castor recorded?
Ms. Castor is not recorded. Castor votes aye.
How's Ms. Eshu recorded?
Eshu is not recorded. Eshu votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 45 ayes and 0 noes.
The The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up HR 5372 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5372, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to facilitate mid-year formulary changes for biosimilars.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does Mr. Joyce seek recognition?
Chair Rogers, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5372, offered by Mr. Joyce. Strike all
Without
left.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Mr. Joyce is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. I briefly want to offer my support for the amendment to Expanding Seniors' Access to Lower-Cost Medicines Act of 2023. This bipartisan legislation would enable greater patient access to biosimilar products by allowing for mid-year changes in Medicare Part D insurance plans that for specific biosimilar products. Today, our nation's seniors are facing an uphill cost battle by allowing biosimilars inclusion through mid-year formulary adjustments. This piece of legislation will drive down costs for seniors who are eligible for these medications. In fact, the cost estimates for this bill have shown significant savings for patients and beneficiaries. Medicare alone estimated it could save over $2 billion if it had access to these biosimilars. When at home and I'm speaking to seniors, the cost of prescription drugs is one of the most common concerns that I hear. By expanding access to biosimilar drugs for certain conditions, we will be able to lower costs and ensure quality health care and treatments for our nation's seniors. We should be seizing every opportunity that we can to ensure that health care is more affordable, that treatments are more accessible, and that patients and beneficiaries are not subject to any undue burden exclusions. This bill will go a long way to ensure more rapid biosimilar access that will save both patients and taxpayer money. I would like to thank my friend, Mr. Peters of California, for working with me on introducing this important legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well with this amendment and to support the critical bipartisan legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Peters to strike the last word for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Expanding Seniors Access to Lower Cost Medicines Act, my bill with Congressman John Joyce, stems from a bipartisan letter we sent in January to the Department of Health and Human Services. In the letter, we urge the agency to do what it can to make FDA-approved generic biological medicines, or biosimilars, more accessible to seniors. A Health and Human Services Inspector General report found that Medicare Part D beneficiaries could enjoy significant out-of-pocket savings if biosimilar use increases. But that same report showed that the lack of biosimilar coverage on Part D formularies could prevent us from achieving these access gains, and that's unacceptable. Seniors in San Diego and across the country should have access to lower-cost prescriptions when they become available. They shouldn't be forced to wait until the beginning of the next coverage year as they do under current law. Our bill will fix that. It will also help increase access to biosimilars by curbing prescription drug plans' incentives to preference more expensive medicines over cheaper alternatives that are just as effective. The Senate Finance Committee marked up a similar policy this year, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? For what purpose does the ranking member seek recognition?
Strike the last word in support of the bill and the Ains.
Okay, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just pleased we're considering the bill today, and I believe that providing more flexibility to substitute biosimilars on Part D formularies will help get lower-cost products to beneficiaries more quickly. Allowing Part D plans to enact mid-year formulary changes to when new biosimilars come to market increases competition, drives down prices, and encourages greater utilization of these drugs now and in the future. And there is bipartisan support for strengthening our biosimilar marketplace, and I believe this policy will help. However, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services have also put forward a similar proposed regulation for plan year 2025 that would permit Part D sponsors to substitute biosimilar products on their formularies and consider them maintenance changes that could take effect within 30 days. It's important that we align the statutory policy with CMS's proposed regulatory policy to ensure that biosimilars can be substituted for the reference products in a streamlined, efficient manner. And while I support the policy as drafted today for the purposes of committee consideration, I believe the policy must continue to be refined before it is considered on the floor to make clear that any changes to the Part D statute to permit biosimilar formulary substitutions should be in line with CMS's proposed rule. So I appreciate the Chair's willingness to continue to work on this. I support both the Ains as well as the underlying bill. And with that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the Ains. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 5372 as amended, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta.
Aye.
Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Aye. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Fluger. Fluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Masui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark.
Aye.
Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz.
Aye.
Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey.
Aye.
Veazey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blow Rochester. Blow Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Mr. Clerk, how is Mr. Palmer recorded?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Curtis?
Curtis is not recorded. Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Carter?
Carter is not recorded. Carter votes aye.
Mr. Hudson?
Hudson is not recorded. Hudson votes aye.
Great. Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there are 48 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 2880 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 2880, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to establish certain requirements for pharmacy benefit managers under Part D of
Without
the...
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? For what purpose does Mr. Carter seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I seek recognition to offer an amendment to H.R. 2880, the Protecting Patients Against PBM Abuses Act.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2880, offered by Mr. Carter. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section
Without
1.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Madam Chair, I'd like to offer this bipartisan amendment that I'm leading with Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester. This legislation will protect seniors from harmful PBM practices, excuse me, that are making healthcare inaccessible and unaffordable for millions of Americans. PBMs currently get compensated by charging fees calculated as a percentage of the cost of medicine. When PBMs have misaligned incentives to favor medicines with higher list prices, it can lead to higher costs for patients who face cost sharing and deductibles and coinsurance that is typically based on list price. The Wall Street Journal recently reported that across a selection of so-called specialty generic drugs, Cigna and CVS's prices were at least 24 times higher on average than roughly what the medicines manufacturers charge. It can also mean patients have fewer and higher cost choices when PBMs disfavor generic or lower price brand competitors. For example, the 3 largest PBMs continue to block more than 1,150 treatments from their formularies, including a low-cost insulin alternative. We know that patients are being deprived of billions in discounts at the pharmacy counter. According to a recent report from the GAO, Part D beneficiaries pay more than their insurers for 79 of the 100 most highly rebated drugs under the program. Delaying action any longer on this bill will result in increased costs for patients. You know, my patients never asked me to dispense them a medication with the highest priced medicine. Why do the PBMs think that's what's best for our patients? Our bill would only allow PBMs to earn income from selling services their clients value at transparent, flat dollar prices their clients are willing to pay. That's how a free competitive market works, and that's the kind of affordable marketplace taxpayers and patients deserve. And our bill would prohibit PBMs from taking earnings from secret and opaque schemes to manipulate drug prices, retain rebates, and link patient costs to high-list drug prices that PBMs never pay. Taxpayers and patients don't deserve that. They deserve access to life-saving prescription drugs at fair market prices. Our bill would restore that to them. By delinking administration fees paid to PBMs from the price of medicines, this proposal will help to correct these misaligned incentives and bring relief to the patients at the pharmacy counter. The Congressional Budget Office estimates that delinking in Part D will save more than $200 million in federal spending. Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester and I are proposing this bipartisan bill that will help patients afford their medicine and protect them from harmful PBM practices. I greatly appreciate the work of this committee. Let me repeat that. I greatly appreciate the work of this committee and so many of my colleagues to start to rein in these PBM tactics and put patients first. But we must continue to do more. That's why I urge my colleagues to support this bill, the Protecting Patients Against PBM Abuses Act. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to you.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I want to thank Representative Carter for his hard work, his leadership on this critically important issue. Today, we're moving forward on numerous policies to lower drug costs for seniors and the Medicare program, as well as ensure that those seniors have access to independent pharmacies. This legislation includes a critically important reform to ensure that PBM compensation in Medicare Part D is transparent, accountable, and does not come with the consequence of higher drug cost. I'm grateful for the work of Representatives Carter and Blunt Rochester on these important reforms, and I also agree with them that more needs to be done. Earlier this year, this committee banned spread pricing in Medicaid, and it only makes sense that we would take this step in Medicare too. There's also language from the underlying bill that we hope to move forward with more work to address reimbursement disparities between vertically integrated pharmacies and independent in-network pharmacies. This committee has worked hard to highlight the effects vertical integration can have on the cost in the healthcare system. We have and will continue to work hard towards reversing consolidation across the board. I commit to working to advance both provisions as we reconcile PBM legislation in hopes of bringing it to the House floor. I thank, once again, Representative Carter for your tremendous leadership, and I yield back.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to thank you for making those commitments. They are important. As you heard me say earlier, I appreciate staff and I appreciate they work on this, but I have to tell you that I'm disappointed with how this process played out. As you pointed out, we did ban spread pricing in Medicaid, and there's no reason why we shouldn't ban it in Medicare as well. And to my colleagues across the aisle who may not be listening at this time, I hope you will listen, because this is bipartisan. This impacts Democrats, Republicans, independents, it impacts patients. And we will be guilty if we don't do something. Madam Chair, I'm disappointed how the process played out, but I'm pleased to hear that you're committed to working with me to advance both provisions as we reconcile PBM legislation. As you know, pharmacists are some of the most accessible healthcare professionals in America. 95% of Americans live within 5 miles of a pharmacy.
Buddy.
Okay.
Gentleman's time is
And I'll yield
expired.
back.
Further discussion on the AINS. Chair recognizes, for what purpose does Ms. Blunt Rochester seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your commitment to continue this important work. And I especially want to recognize and thank my colleague, Representative Buddy Carter, for your leadership and your partnership on this bill. It is one of the things that I hear about from my constituents, and I know we all do. While I'm grateful that this committee is moving forward with key PBM reforms from our bill that will reduce perverse incentives to ensure that PBM business models benefit patients, I want to echo the concern of Representative Carter and call on our committee to continue working on the policies that will better support the pharmacy community, particularly independent pharmacies. Pharmacies are a pivotal part of our communities and play a vital role in the management of chronic diseases, delivering resources to those with social needs, and educating us and amplifying public health initiatives. Almost 90% of the U.S. population lives within 5 miles of a community pharmacy, which demonstrates the enormous reach and potential that pharmacies can have in increasing access to health care and improving public health. Unfortunately, a number of community pharmacies have been dwindling and going away due to unfair reimbursement arrangements that sometimes don't even cover the cost of pharmacy ingredients or operational costs. I will continue working with my colleague, Mr. Carter, on furthering policies that protect independent pharmacies and curb adverse PBM practices, and I hope that the committee will commit to doing so as well. We'll specifically focus on policies that preserve patient access to the pharmacist of their choice. I'm going to say that again, focusing on the pharmacy of their choice. Number 2, to prevent PBMs from paying affiliated pharmacies more than unaffiliated pharmacies. And number 3, ban spread pricing in Medicare Part D. These are bipartisan, bicameral, and in my opinion, common sense policies that will help ensure that PBMs are lowering the cost of medications at the pharmacy counter and working in the best interest of their clients, Delawareans, and the American people. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Okay, gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Palmer seek recognition?
Chair, I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Having grown up in a small town in northwest Alabama, in what I call dirt poor circumstances, having a mom who suffered from adult diabetes, I understand the importance of putting the patient first, particularly in trying to afford very expensive drugs. And I'm very grateful for the work that this committee is doing on this bill, and particularly the work that Mr. Carter the gentleman from Georgia is doing, and with that, I'd like to yield such time as he may consume.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman yielding. Madam Chair, I want to thank you for your commitments that you made earlier. I appreciate that very much. You've been a friend to us and on this committee and to patients throughout the country, and we all appreciate that. Pharmacists are among the most highly trusted healthcare professionals in America. Patients count on our training and expertise to stay healthy and informed. Yet PBM's anti-competitive practices are putting independent pharmacies out of business and removing patients' access to care. You just heard Representative Blunt Rochester say that 90% of Americans live within 5 miles of a pharmacy. The most accessible healthcare professionals in America. All of us, whether you're Republican, a Democrat, or independent, you want the same thing. You want accessible, affordable, quality healthcare. Accessibility is going to continue to decrease if we don't keep independent pharmacies in business. We've now got pharmacy deserts in rural and underserved communities where the neighborhood pharmacy may be the only healthcare provider for miles. We know that 4% of all independent retail pharmacies go out of business every year. We also know that up to 1,300 pharmacies are going to close next year. That's affecting the accessibility, the affordability, and the quality of health care, which is exactly what this committee should be striving to improve. That's why it's so important that we work to reinstate our language that protects pharmacies from some of the most egregious practices of PBMs, which are spread pricing and patient steering. A recent MedPAC report indicated that vertically integrated PBMs in Medicare Part D are benefiting from higher reimbursements to their own pharmacies while increasing costs to the Part D program. That's our program. That's what we're responsible for. We know it's happening, and yet we're not doing anything about it. That's irresponsible. This is corruption. How can we claim to be serving our constituents if we turn a blind eye to this issue that's directly harming their health? That's why we must have language that bans spread pricing in Medicare and prohibits PBMs from reimbursing non-affiliated pharmacies at a rate less than they reimburse their own pharmacies. Medicare is allowing that to happen, especially since CVS announced just yesterday, that they plan to reimburse their PBM-affiliated pharmacies more than independent pharmacies. I look forward to working with you, Chair Rogers, and with this committee to advance these important provisions. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman will yield.
Appreciate the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Carter, and to all the members of this committee, you have my support. Before you were elected to Congress, I started the Independent and Community Pharmacy Caucus to raise awareness on these very issues. They need some more work, but you have my commitment. These are very important. I share the concern that independent and community pharmacies are closing. I believe that these issues must be addressed. This is our last full committee markup of the year, and we're moving forward where we do have an agreement, where we figured out how we can pay for the provisions. And you have my commitment to continue moving forward before this legislation is brought to the floor. But just know that. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
I think
Up here, Bouchon.
I will yield to the gentleman from Indiana.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair Rogers, for that statement. I just want to reiterate, I'm disappointed that spread pricing and steering were unfortunately not able to stay in this legislation. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to allow a PBM to charge a sponsor a different amount for a drug's ingredient or dispensing fee than the amount they reimburse the pharmacy for such an ingredient cost or dispensing fee, or to allow vertically integrated PBMs to direct patients only to their corporate partners at the expense of other pharmacies. So I'm glad to hear that we're going to work on this, but this needs to happen. Spread pricing and steering need to be banned. Thank you. I yield.
I yield back.
Further discussion? For what purpose does Ms. Custer seek recognition?
Madam Chairwoman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the number of bills this committee is considering to lower prescription drug costs for the American people. For years, Americans, especially our seniors, have been taken advantage of at the pharmacy counter for medications they need. Now, thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act, millions of Americans will benefit from negotiated drug prices on medications used to treat common diseases like diabetes, heart disease, and cancer. Seniors are already seeing reduced copays thanks to a provision in the law that requires drug companies to pay a rebate to Medicare if they increase a drug price faster than inflation. Despite these wins, more must be done to lower the cost of prescription drugs for the American people. Transparency can help Americans understand what they're paying for and what their health care plan covers. I look forward to working with my colleagues on this committee to better understand the relationships between pharmaceutical manufacturers, health insurance plans, and pharmacy benefit managers, and the role they each play in determining how much prescription drug costs to consumers. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I've heard a lot of discussion. I've been listening very carefully, and what's coming across to me is that this remains a very, very complicated issue. Prescription drug pricing is something we've been talking about for years, how to lower those costs. I'm pleased that we've got focus on it, that we've got commitments to looking at all the different sides of the issue. I do want to bring some caution, though, that with all the focus being on PBMs, I worry that we might be becoming a little bit narrow-sighted on effectively bringing down the cost of prescription drugs in a big way. PBMs account for, roughly 6% of drug cost. This is not going to be a silver bullet that solves all of our prescription drug problems. Now, I'm going to support the legislation today because I think we're moving the needle. Transparency is so vitally important, but we need to be careful about inserting the federal government into even more of the American people's health care decisions, especially in a private market, because it's competition and private market, free enterprise, market-driven solutions that ultimately drive competition up, drive costs down. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. Chair, for what purpose does Ms. Miller-Meeks seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak in support of Congressman Carter's bill, H.R. 2880. In coming to Congress, I was very protective of the fact that coming to Congress, for me, part of that was to lower prescription drug prices. And I think that the Protecting Patients Against PBM Abuses Act is one such piece of legislation. It's a much-needed legislation that will eliminate the misaligned PBM incentive to drive up list prices for medications. Delinking PBM compensation from the actual cost of drugs will lead to savings at the pharmacy counter and lower premiums for Medicare beneficiaries. This is not the only avenue or the only bill. It's only one facet of lowering prescription drug prices. However, this is a great first step in fixing the broken drug pricing system to work for patients, not the middlemen who exploit rebates at the expense of patients. While I'm fully supportive of Mr. Carter's legislation, Medicare isn't the only part of the healthcare system. And if we really want to help lower costs for patients, we need to enact these reforms in the commercial markets as well. Otherwise, PBMs will find ways to shift costs from Medicare patients to those under commercial plans. CBO has estimated that this proposal will save the government $650 billion and will not result in premium increases. I ask that the chairwoman and ranking member continue to work with me and Representative Carter and others on finding common ground to move this patient-centered proposal forward to ensure we build on the committee's great work on drug pricing reform. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion. For what purpose does Mr. Allen seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I I rise in support of protecting patients against PBM Abuses Act. This is a big issue in my district. As we all know, the rising cost of prescription drugs are causing significant financial burdens for millions of American patients and seniors, and as we said earlier, is putting our independent pharmacies out of business. Too often, Americans have to choose between prescriptions and household expenses, which is absolutely unacceptable. This is why I've been actively advocating for reforms in the PBM space, with rebates and administrative fees paid to PBMs being tied to medicines' list price. We're seeing blatant preference of medicines with high list prices and larger rebates on drug formularies for the purpose of maximizing PBM revenue. This is because currently rebates and administrative fees paid to PBMs are tied to a medicine's list price, which only results in higher costs for patients. I want to thank my colleague from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for introducing legislation to address this egregious issue by prohibiting PBMs from earning a profit based off a Medicare Part D drug list price or delinking PBM compensation, and instead limiting PBM compensation to a flat dollar amount service fee. As co-sponsor of H.R. 2880, I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill and to help restore transparency and patient-centered solutions to our healthcare system to put downward pressure on the cost of pharmaceuticals at the counter. We have more work to do. We've talked about that today, but let's get this done. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Are there any amendments? If not, the vote occurs on the Carter-Ains. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Ains is adopted. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 2880 as amended, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Obernolte. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schikowsky. Schikowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Veazey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Blount Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye. Mr. Hudson, you are not recorded. Hudson votes aye. Blount Rochester is not recorded. Blount Rochester votes aye.
Clerk, how is Mr. Ruiz recorded?
Ruiz is not recorded. Ruiz votes aye. Kemick votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 46 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 5393 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5393, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to ensure fair assessment of pharmacy performance and quality under Medicare Part
Without
D.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does Mr. Griffith seek recognition?
Speaking to the bill, ma'am.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, my bipartisan bill, H.R. 5393, the Transparency and Fairness for Pharmacies Act, will take important steps to help rein in and bring more transparency to direct and indirect remuneration, DIR fees, and all pharmacy fees by pharmacy benefit managers, PBMs, that we've just heard so much about. It will require the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services, CMS, to create standardized quality metrics for health plans and PBMs to use when determining payments to pharmacies. PBMs often charge fees that are subjective to pharmacies based on how well the pharmacy performs. These performance measures, however, known as quality measures, are not always transparent and subjective. The pharmacies are forced to pay these fees that the PBMs put into place and say they have to do to perform better in order to stay within health plans networks. Those fees can be applied retroactively, sometimes many months after the drug is dispensed. PBM pharmacy measures that are unfairly applied against all pharmacies have contributed to over a 107,000% growth, 107,000% growth in pharmacy DIR fees, according to CMS, undercutting pharmacy reimbursements and increasing patient drug costs. Currently, PBMs use quality measures that are often unknown, unpredictable, inconsistent, and beyond a pharmacy's control, which then figure significantly into DIR fees pharmacies are forced to pay. Over time, PBMs have been allowed to operate virtually unchecked, leading to abuse of pharmacy performance evaluations and lack of transparency in pharmacy payments. My bill seeks to end these practices. This is one of the main issues I hear about when traveling throughout my district, and the importance to help correct the opaque system currently in place. One small pharmacy in my district, if they continue to dispense every medication for patients as they did in 2023, has a conservative estimate that they will pay up to $80,000 in DIR fees during the first 3 months of 2024. The amount this pharmacy must pay in DIR fees is more than they make, and they are worried they will have to close their doors if this issue is not addressed and addressed soon. These DIR fees have led to pharmacy closures all across the country and in my district as well. It is not just the rural community pharmacists that are hurting from this. Everything from independent to retail to specialty pharmacies are also hurting. This is one small step to bring more transparency and certainty to pharmacies when dispensing drugs. But lots of work is left to be done. I am encouraged to see that CMS will be implementing a new Part D rule targeted at pharmacies in January of 2024. The rule will require DIR fees to be assessed at the point of sale and hope to help mitigate these outrageous DIR retroactive clawbacks. While I think this rule is well-intentioned, I'm interested to see how the new rule will play out and if it will truly stop these clawbacks, while also monitoring the effect it has on patient premiums. We also need to do more to protect our pharmacies, and I would like to continue working with the committee on this specific effort to ensure PBMs can no longer undercut pharmacy reimbursement below the cost to acquire and dispense the drugs, forcing them out of network and many times out of business. I urge the passage of this bill and hope that all of us can continue to work together to provide the comprehensive reforms needed to protect patient access to pharmacies in their communities. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? For what purpose does Mr. Carter seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, this important legislation I introduced with Representative Griffith would finally require CMS to establish standardized and relevant pharmacy quality measures addressing one-way PBMs and manipulated pharmacy DIR clawbacks and undercut pharmacy payments. I hope that all of us can continue to work together to provide the comprehensive pharmacy reimbursement reforms needed to protect patient access to pharmacies in their communities. Today, many community and specialty pharmacies are being reimbursed underwater, which is intentional to keep them out of the network, limiting a patient's choice of pharmacy, and this is simply wrong. There is bipartisan support for addressing this serious problem, and I was pleased to hear our counterparts on the Senate Finance Committee take action to address this concern in the PBM reform legislation they advanced last week. As you all know, pharmacists are one of the most successful healthcare professionals in America, with 95% of Americans live within 5 miles of a pharmacy. Pharmacists are among the most highly trusted healthcare professionals. People count on our training and expertise to stay healthy and informed. Yet PBMs are putting pharmacies out of business and removing patients' access to care. We know that 4% of all independent retail pharmacies go out of business every year. That's why I'm proud to champion this bill, which will support patient access to pharmacies, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none. Question now occurs on approving H.R. 5393, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye.
So many people.
DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Veazey. Veazey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blount Rochester. Blount Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Mr. Clerk, how is Mr. Curtis recorded?
Curtis is not recorded. Curtis votes aye.
How's Mr. Wahlberg recorded?
Wahlberg is not recorded. Wahlberg votes aye.
How's Mr. Crenshaw recorded?
Crenshaw is not recorded. Crenshaw votes aye.
How's Mr. Joyce recorded?
Joyce is not recorded. Joyce votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 44 ayes and 0 noes.
Ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 5385 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5385, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to establish pharmacy benefit manager reporting requirements with respect to prescription drug
Without
plans.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill?
Madam Chair,
For what purpose does Ms. Harshberger seek recognition?
I want to speak in support of the bill.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for including consideration of H.R. 5385, the Medicare PBM Accountability Act. This bipartisan legislation I introduced with Rep. Landsman builds on the Energy and Commerce Committee's important work to rein in pharmacy benefit manager abuses, to make their operations more transparent and to make these entities more accountable. H.R. 5385 will help lower the cost of prescription drugs for seniors covered by Medicare Part D and Medicare Advantage plans. Current law does not require PBMs to report to Medicare prescription drug plan sponsors the cost savings that they supposedly negotiated. Without this transparency, PBMs are able to withhold the true cost of prescription drugs, possibly keeping the cost savings as profits instead of passing them on to seniors. This legislation will require PBMs to report the cost savings that they've achieved, empowering prescription drug plan sponsors to be in a stronger position to ensure that these cost savings actually benefit seniors through lower prices on prescription drugs as intended. This bill mirrors bipartisan legislation that passed out of the Senate Finance Committee in July of 2023. To lower costs and improve seniors' quality of life, we have to hold these PBMs more accountable. The Medicare PBM Accountability Act will help save seniors real money, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill and work with us and our colleagues in the Senate to enact this important measure into law. Thank you, Ms. Chairwoman.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? For what purpose does Ms. Dingell seek recognition?
I have a bipartisan amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5385, offered by Ms. Dingell.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is a bipartisan agreement on H.R. 5385, the Medicare PBM Accountability Act, legislation being led by Reps. Greg Landsman and Harshberger. Rising prescription drug costs are a serious problem, especially for seniors who are on a fixed income. And as we know, pharmacy benefit managers, or PBMs, are playing an outsized role in raising out-of-pocket costs and limiting access to local pharmacies. That's why the Medicare PBM Accountability Act is so important. It will bring so much needed transparency to PBM practices that impact costs for Medicare beneficiaries. The Medicare PBM Accountability Act will require pharmacy benefit managers to report additional information on drug pricing and other important information annually to the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. Far too long, PBMs have been allowed to operate virtually unchecked. Under current laws, PBMs are not required to report to prescription drug plan sponsors on the cost savings that they've secured, which obstructs the actual cost of prescription drugs for Medicare beneficiaries. The strength and transparency achieved through this bill will help us better understand the true costs of prescription drugs and stop PBMs from pocketing cost savings as profits instead of passing them on to the seniors. I urge all of my colleagues to support this important bill, and I'm glad we considered a number of bills today to address PBM's predatory practices that are making prescription drugs inaccessible and unaffordable to far too many patients. We must stop allowing PBMs to exploit the system and drive up their own profits at the expense of patients, and I also thank the chair for agreeing to work with Mr. Carter and others on the other issues. With that, thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the question occurs on the Ains, offered by Ms. Dingell. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Further discussion? Question now occurs on approving H.R. 5385 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schikowsky. Schikowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Oh.
How did he skip from the get?
Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark.
Aye.
Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters.
God rest his soul.
Dingell.
On the board, it was
Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Veazey votes aye. Custer.
We're doing the speaker vote.
Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blount Rochester. Blount Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig.
If they put it in I, they go back.
Schreier.
If they put it in D, they go
Schreier
back.
votes aye.
And just like
Trahan.
it's in the house, when you put it
Trahan
in,
votes
they're
aye.
going backwards.
Fletcher.
And the Ds want to take us forward.
Chair Rogers.
They were really not happy.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Come on, have a sense of humor.
Go for it. That's right. That's right. Good for you, Tonko.
Recorded, how is Mr. Wahlberg?
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Curtis?
Olga Mendez, right? The senator.
Mr. Curtis is not recorded.
She's the first Latina.
Curtis votes aye.
Anyone on,
Maybe even
anyone remaining?
for the Senate.
Seeing none, the clerk will report.
She came to Amsterdam once, my hometown, to just meet with Latinos and Latinas and encourage them to get involved in public service and elections.
Chair Guthrie, on that vote, there were 44 ayes and 0 noes.
Who's your pit?
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted as amended.
Have I heard the same person make over and over?
The chair calls up H.R. 5386 and asks the clerk to report.
So I told.
H.R. 5386, bill to amend Title 18 of
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill?
Every time she saw me, she goes,
Mr. Bilirakis, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's
I wanna thank
recognized.
the Chair, thank you. I want to thank the Chair and the Ranking Member for moving forward with the bill. I'm proud to co-lead with Representative McGarvey. That's right. The Cutting Co-Pays Act. This bill will ensure that lowest income seniors on Medicare, those enrolled in the low-income subsidy program, are given $0 co-pays for generic prescription medications. I support the ranking member Palone's Ains here to make technical changes. This common sense legislation incentivizes LIS-enrolled beneficiaries to choose to use cheaper generic drugs compared to their more expensive brand name alternatives. These drugs have been proven to be just as effective, but ultimately save taxpayer dollars. With that, I urge my colleagues to support the Cutting Copays Act, and if no one wants my time, I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Are there any amendments at the desk? The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes for the amendment.
Oh, thank you. Do you have to report it, or?
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5386, offered by Mr.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment, or my AINS, makes technical and conforming changes to the underlying bill pursuant to technical assistance feedback from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. I'm very pleased we're considering the Cutting Copays Act today, sponsored by Representatives McGarvey and Bilirakis. This bill is a victory for low-income beneficiaries and ensures that Part D enrollees who receive the low-income subsidy will no longer face any cost sharing for generic drugs. This delivers real, meaningful savings to patients while also incentivizing greater generic drug utilization, which we know helps bring down drug prices. For low-income beneficiaries, copayments can mean the difference between taking the medicines they need to keep themselves healthy or leaving prescriptions at the pharmacy counter because they're unable to afford them. So this bill will ensure that LIS beneficiaries don't have to make that choice and instead are able to take the generics they need without cost sharing. Again, I want to thank Representative Bilirakis, or Chairman Bilirakis, Representative McGarvey, their work on this bill, as well as Chair Rogers. And I look forward to seeing this legislation moving forward, becoming law. The bill is a common sense bipartisan policy that reduces costs, incentivizes generic utilization, and will ensure low-income seniors are able to afford the medicines they need. And I urge support for the AINS and the underlying bill. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Anyone seeking discussion on the amendment? Seeing no, if there's no further discussion on the amendment, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any other bipartisan amendments? Are there any other amendments? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 5386 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes no. Pence. Crenshaw. Joyce. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor.
Annie?
Sarbanes.
Aye.
Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey? Veazey votes aye. Custer? Custer votes aye. Kelly? Barragan? Barragan votes aye. Blount-Rochester? Blount-Rochester votes aye. Soto? Soto votes aye. Craig? Schreier? Schreier votes aye. Trahan? Trahan votes aye. Fletcher? Chair Rogers? Chair Rogers votes aye.
Anyone seeking to call the roll? Mr. Curtis?
Curtis is not recorded. Curtis
Mr.
votes
Johnson?
Johnson is not recorded.
Mr.
Johnson
Crenshaw?
votes aye. Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Carter?
Carter is not recorded.
Mr. Pence? Oh, Carter votes aye.
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Pence?
Pence votes aye.
Dr. Miller Meeks?
Miller Meeks votes aye.
Anyone on the other side of the aisle? Anyone else wanting to call, answer the roll of the call? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chair Guthrie, on that vote, there were 41 ayes and 1 no.
The ayes have it, and the bill as amended is agreed to. The chair calls up for HR 4881 and asks the clerk to report.
HR 4881, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to limit cost sharing for drugs.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? There's a Carter's. Gentleman from Georgia seek recognition. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last
You're
word.
recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to see legislation that my colleagues, Nicole Malatakis and Brad Winstrup introduced, the Protecting Patients from Middlemen Act is included in today's markup. The legislation would prohibit prescription drug plans and PBMs and Medicare Part D or Medicare Advantage from charging patients more in drug cost sharing than the net price of a drug. This is a common sense patient protection that will ensure that PBMs are not forcing patients to pay more for their medicine than what they negotiated in their coverage, and that our Medicare program is always putting patients over profits. I'm pleased to see the Ways and Means Committee and the Energy and Commerce Committees push this legislation forward so we can protect patients from the unfair pricing techniques of PBMs and work to make prescription drugs more affordable. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there anyone seeking discussion on the bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? Gentlelady from Tennessee is recognized for.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Amendment to HR 4881, offered by Ms. Harshbarger. Insert estimated for net price.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes for her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a common sense bill that ensures no senior citizen will pay more for the price of a drug. My amendment makes some technical changes to HR 4881 to address some issues raised by other committee members. We know PBMs negotiate deep discounts off of list prices, but still sometimes charge patient copays that are high percentages of those list prices. And it's gotten so bad that some patients actually pay more than the cost of the drug. So I'm glad we're advancing this patient protection on a bipartisan basis. Our colleague Rep. Griffith led on this issue in the commercial markets, and I'm proud to support his bill. And I'm also glad we're moving a policy forward to do this in the Medicare Part D also. We have a lot of work to do to stop this and other PBM abuses, but today this bill introduced by our colleagues, Reps. Malantakis and Winstrup, I'm pleased we're able to come together to make meaningful progress in the right direction. And I look forward to working to continue doing more to protect patients in the Medicare program. And I urge my colleagues to adopt this technical amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased today we're considering a series of bipartisan Part D reforms that will rein in practices of pharmacy benefit managers and policies that will reduce cost sharing for certain beneficiaries. And while I'm supportive of the goal of H.R. 4881 to ensure that a beneficiary's cost sharing at the pharmacy counter is no more than the price paid for the drug by their insurance plan, in order to be implemented in a way that is operational, the policy as drafted will continue to need to be refined. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services provided technical assistance on the underlying language as drafted and raised a number of questions with respect to the feasibility of determining the cost-sharing limitations in real time, given the delay in data and information provided to the agency, as well as the bid cycles for Part D plans. And I appreciate the changes made in the amendment for this reason, but continue to believe additional work is needed to ensure that this policy cannot be gamed and that the legislation can be carried out as intended. However, as I noted in my opening statement, I'm willing to support this policy in committee with Chair Rogers' commitment that she and her staff will work with us to refine the legislation to ensure it is implementable and that CMS has the tools and enforcement authority needed to carry out the policy. So if I could ask the chairwoman, do you commit to working with me on this legislation to address implementation concerns to our satisfaction, as well as the agency satisfaction before floor consideration?
Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield, certainly.
Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone. A big thank you to all of my colleagues for working on this important topic to make sure that seniors are not paying more for a drug than the actual price for that drug. This is an important patient protection, and I am committed to working with you to address the technical assistant comments on this bill and moving it to the floor. We must make sure that this bill can be successfully implemented, and we commit to working through the technical edits to achieve that goal. I'd like to thank you for your support on this bill and look forward to working together, and I'll yield back.
Thank you, and I appreciate your statement and your willingness to move forward with this. Obviously, I already said I support the aims and final passage and look forward to continuing to working with the GOP on this bill. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Gentleman from Virginia recognized for discussion on the amendment.
I'll wait till the full bill.
Okay, we've already discussed the bill. We're not discussing the amendment. This is the amendment that nature of substitute.
All right. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. Speaking to the amendment and to the bill, underlying bill. This bill brings up an issue that I think all of us need to be aware of. I had a bill earlier this year that came out of here, it got stalled in Ways and Means, that applied to all insureds, not just Part D, not just the elderly, but to everybody, because I believe the insurance company has a fiduciary duty to their insureds, and that whether you're in Medicare, Part D, or whether you are a private insured person, whether it be through your company or you pay for it, the insurance companies should not charge you more for a medication than they themselves pay. So I'm very supportive of this. This gets us half a loaf. I'm always better with half a loaf than no loaf, but I think we should continue to work to get the whole loaf, because we shouldn't be having a fiduciary, which I see the insurance companies as being the fiduciary to the insured, taking advantage of the one they're supposed to be looking out for. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 4881 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta.
Aye.
Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith.
Aye.
Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Johnson. Bouchon.
Aye.
Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Masui. Castor. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark.
Aye.
Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Veazey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blount Rochester. Blount Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye.
To the roll, Mr. Bilrakis.
Bilrakis votes aye.
Dr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Anyone else on the Republicans, anyone on the Democrat side seeking to answer the roll? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chair Guthrie.
Oh, so how's Mr. Hudson recorded?
Hudson is not recorded. Hudson votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Guthrie, on that vote, there were 45 ayes and 0 noes.
45 ayes and 0 nays. The ayes are agreed to, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 5389 as amended by the Subcommittee on Health and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5389, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? Seeing none, is there any bipartisan amendments? There is a bipartisan amendment to the bill. I have an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5389.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and my chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes in support of the amendment. This legislation would streamline the process in which the CMS must follow whenever an agency is making coverage decision for a specific product. The current process for making these critical decisions is marked by lengthy delays and lack of transparency about the time in which it takes the agency to make decisions. According to a recent report, between 2014 and 2022, the duration of a national coverage determination request was 483 days. For phases 1 and 2, which is when CMS acknowledges the request, initiates the evidence review. It took the agency 228 days on average to complete these 2 simple steps. The only people who suffer because of this unpredictable and lengthy process are seniors who need FDA-approved therapy to treat potentially life-threatening conditions. My legislation would fix this process by requiring CMS to respond within a certain amount of time about the completeness of a national coverage determination application and bringing more transparency to the process. Importantly, the aims before us today reflects feedback incorporated into the text after discussions with CMS by giving the agency a longer runway to implement these changes to the coverage determination process. And I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. And also want to point, on the point of seniors needing care, also reiterate my strong support for H.R. 6091, ensuring access to critical breakthrough products, which is not passed out of Health Committee, but is not up, a Healthcare Subcommittee, but is not up today. And I look forward to working with my colleagues, and I yield back. Any discussions on the amendment? Any further discussion? Seeing none, the The vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 5389 as amended, and a roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Griffith. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Veazey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blow Rochester. Blow Rochester. Blow Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye.
One second, answer on Mr. Carter. How is Mr. Carter recorded?
Mr. Carter is not recorded. Mr. Carter votes aye.
Dr. Joyce?
Joyce votes aye.
Is anyone else on the Republican side, anyone on the Democrat side seeking to vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report. Oh, excuse me. How's Dr. Miller Meeks recorded?
Miller Meeks is not recorded. Miller Meeks votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Guthrie, on that vote, there were 46 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 133 as amended by the Subcommittee on Health and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 133, a bill to amend Title 18.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? So what purpose, gentlelady, you want to do the amendment or the bill?
Do the amendment.
The amendment. Anyone seek recognition on the bill? Seeing none, is there a bipartisan amendment? The gentlelady from California?
Mr. Chair, an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 133.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you. I would like to offer this amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 133, the Merit Act, which incorporates feedback from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, and removes duplicative language. I want to thank Representative Buchanan for his leadership on this important bill that we co-led together. This past November was National Alzheimer's Disease Awareness Month, which recognizes the hardships of those living with Alzheimer's, as well as the families and caregivers who sacrifice their time, money, and resources to care for their loved ones. The Awareness Month also serves as a reminder that we must commit to invest in scientific research and increase access to treatment options to ensure a brighter future for all Americans facing Alzheimer's. Today, about 7 million Americans suffer from Alzheimer's, and rates are expected to increase as baby boomers age. As new treatments are approved, millions of Americans living with Alzheimer's and other diseases cannot afford delays in accessing these treatments. One barrier patients currently face in accessing FDA-approved Alzheimer's treatments is a broad national coverage determination by CMS, which effectively denied Medicare coverage to all monoclonal antibodies directed against amyloid for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. This decision by CMS to deny coverage for an entire class of drugs was devastating for Alzheimer's patients and families like mine who want their loved ones to have access to medication that can slow progression of the disease. The Merit Act would address this issue by requiring CMS to evaluate treatments individually and based on their own merits, rather than as a broad class of drugs. This bill is a critical first step to improve how CMS approaches future Medicare coverage decisions. I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to build on this step through my bipartisan bill, the Access to Innovative Treatments Act, which I co-led with my colleague, Representative Joyce. It accomplishes the same goal as the Merit Act, but includes a required timeline that CMS must follow to reconsider drugs for Medicare coverage when enough data is collected on the drug's effectiveness. Today, I'm pleased to support the Merit Act, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Ains and the underlying bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady will yield. Gentlelady
Yes,
yield. I
yes,
just
I
want
will
to say
yield.
thank you for, I understand your passion. We've been through this with my family as well, and I appreciate your passion, and thank you for your work.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yield back to you, and the
yield
gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, if there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the bill? Seeing no further amendments, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 133 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie.
Aye.
Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Veazey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blow Rochester. Blow Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye.
Anyone seeking to answer the roll call? Mr. Crenshaw?
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Armstrong?
Armstrong votes aye.
Anyone on the Democrat side? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chair Guthrie, on that vote, there were 42 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 5396 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5396, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Seeing none, is there any bipartisan amendments? The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5396, offered by Mr. Bouchon.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This amendment will make some minor changes to the underlying legislation. I'm grateful to the committee for recognizing that there have been problems with Medicare administrative contractors failing to provide appropriate coverage, especially for new and emerging technologies. I hope that this legislation, which puts into statute the requirement that local coverage determinations not conflict with national coverage determinations at CMS, and is a step toward correcting poor performance as it relates to the local coverage determinations across the country. I look forward to continuing to work with CMS and stakeholders to provide greater accountability in the coverage determination process, including situations where error verification takes place. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment in the nature of the substitute and the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Is there discussion on the amendment? Gentleman yields back. Is there discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, if there's no further discussion on the amendment, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question now occurs on approving H.R. 5396 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Aye. Latta votes aye. Guthrie.
Aye.
Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Matsui. Castor. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Veazey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Barragan. Blount Rochester. Blount Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye.
Anyone else seeking the word? Mr. Duncan?
Mr. Duncan is not recorded. Duncan votes aye.
Anyone else seeking Mr. Fulker? Mr.
Fulcher is
Fulker?
not recorded. Fulcher votes aye.
Anyone else? Is Mr. Crenshaw voted? Mr. Crenshaw?
Crenshaw votes aye.
Anyone else on the Republican side? Anybody? Ms. Bowdergon?
Bowdergon is not recorded. Bowdergon
Bowdergon
votes
votes
aye.
aye. Anyone else on your side? Okay. The clerk will report. How's Mr. Weber recorded? Mr. Weber, vote?
Weber is not recorded.
That's good.
Weber votes aye.
Anyone else? Seeing no one else, clerk will report. Clerk will report.
Chair Guthrie, on that vote, there were 44 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 5371 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5371, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act.
Without objection, the reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Dr. Joyce, you're
Mr. Chairman, I have an
You're
amendment at the
recognized.
desk.
Is there anyone speaking on the bill first? Seeing none, Dr. Joyce, you're recognized for amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5371, offered by Mr. Joyce.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to offer my support for my amendment to H.R. 5371, the Choices for Increased Mobility Act. This amendment makes the necessary changes to the bill that will establish separate healthcare common procedure coding system codes, which are the HCPCS, for ultra-lightweight manual wheelchairs. By creating a new code for ultra-lightweight manual wheelchairs under Medicare Part B, this amendment will remove a barrier to access that has since 2016 has impeded access to lightweight durable medical equipment for individuals who live day by day with mobility impairments if deemed medically necessary. Again, this legislation will allow Medicare beneficiaries the opportunity to decide whether a titanium or a carbon wheelchair is right for them, impact on the lives of our nation's seniors. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and this is a common sense piece of legislation. I thank you, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? If there is no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to. The question now occurs on approving H.R. 5371 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Matsui. Castor. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Badagan. Patagon votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Trahan. Fletcher. Rogers. Rogers votes aye.
Anyone seeking an answer to the roll? Anyone on the Republican side? Anyone on the Democrat side? How's Dr. Schreier recorded?
Dr. Schreier is not recorded. Schreier votes aye.
Anyone else on the Democrat side? Any on the Republican side? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chair Guthrie, on that vote, there were 41 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 5388 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5388, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? So no one on the bill? Does anyone seek to be recognized for, anyone have an amendment? Or first gentleman from Ohio seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, to speak on the amendment.
You have an amendment at the desk, and clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
All right, for holding. My bill makes permanent a flexibility that currently exists under the value-based insurance design or VIN-BID model. VIN-BID models let Medicaid Advantage or Medicare Advantage, or MA plans test programs that provide better care or lower costs using innovative technology and FDA-approved devices targeted to low-income patients with chronic diseases. Due to this, one MA plan is offering access to continuous glucose monitoring, or CGM, devices for patients with diabetes and remote patient monitoring, or RPM, devices for patients with congestive heart failure. I am excited about increased access to remote monitoring services that can improve care and lower cost. Patients will receive better care because they can personally manage their health conditions. Plans will see lower costs because these devices will catch catastrophic events earlier. We have already seen results from RPM and CGM for the 2 patient populations included in this VIN-BID model. The University of Michigan, or as my office calls it, that school up north, sorry, Mr. Wahlberg, established a pilot program that found when patients with congestive heart failure were sent home with RPM devices, 70% had reduced hospitalizations. Lastly, the University of Alabama at Birmingham offered remote patient monitoring to the 17,000 beneficiaries with conditions such as congestive heart failure, chronic kidney disease, diabetes, and hypertension, and their accountable care organization, and saw savings of $1,300 per member per month. My bill builds upon this VIN-BID model by allowing all MA plans to offer targeted interventions via innovative technologies or medical devices to high-risk groups like those with chronic conditions or those receiving the low-income subsidy. I encourage my colleagues to join me in increasing the seniors' access to innovative products, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Is there discussion of the amendment? Seeing no discussion. If there is no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The question now occurs on approving H.R. 5388 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Johnson. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Matsui. Castor. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Rogers. Rogers votes aye.
Anyone not answering the roll? Mr. Bilirakis recorded?
Bilirakis is not recorded. Bilirakis votes aye.
Anyone else on the Republican side? Anyone on the Democrat side? Seeing no one else, the clerk will report. Is Ms. Clark recorded? Has Ms. Clark recorded?
Ms. Clark is not recorded. Clark votes aye.
Clerk will report. Oh, was that? You coming to COP 20? I'm not invited. You're smart. I thought they just had that. I thought that.
Chair Guthrie, on that vote, there were 43 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 5380 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5380, a bill to amend Title...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the bill? Was the gentleman from Maryland?
Yes, thank you. Move to strike the last word.
You have an amendment at the desk.
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5380.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment simply makes technical changes to this common sense measure that is designed to help make the Medicare Advantage market more transparent so that seniors can better understand their benefits and choose the plans that are right for them. Right now, while more than half of individuals eligible for Medicare, or 30 million Americans, are enrolled in a Medicare Advantage plan, there is very little data about the supplemental benefits these plans provide and the value that they offer to beneficiaries. Supplemental benefits are offered by many Medicare Advantage plans and can include various benefits, including vision or hearing coverage, in-home support services, support for caregivers, and even food and produce. I introduced this bill to make the data more available and consistent across health plans so that we can better evaluate the scope, utilization, costs, and health impacts of these benefits. The bill would not alter what Medicare Advantage plans can offer in terms of supplemental benefits or how they offer them. It would simply say that plans that are offered must report enrollee-level data on the categories of benefits offered, the eligibility for those benefits, and the utilization and costs of these benefits, including how much the plan pays and how much beneficiaries pay out of pocket for services. It would also ensure policymakers and seniors have access to this data by requiring the Department of Health and Human Services to make this data publicly available on an annual basis. Seniors deserve the ability to truly understand their coverage and evaluate all coverage options available to them. I'm glad that this bill and several others that will make healthcare more accessible and affordable for Americans are being considered today. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 5380's sensible reforms for seniors and vote for this bill's passage. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any discussion of the amendment? If there is no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The Question now occurs on approving H.R. 5380 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the row.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie.
Aye.
Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Bilirakis. Johnson. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Matsui. Castor. Tonko. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark.
Aye.
Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Badagan. Badagan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Rogers. Rogers votes aye.
Anyone answering how's Mr. Hudson recorded?
Hudson is not recorded. Hudson votes aye.
Mr. Griffith?
Wow.
Griffith votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis?
Bilirakis votes aye.
Is anyone on the Democrat side seeking to vote? Any further on the Republican side? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like this.
Right.
Ridiculous.
Chair Guthrie, on that vote, there were 43 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 3842 as amended by the Subcommittee on Health and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3842, a bill to amend Title 8.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anybody seek recognition on the bill? Oh, Dr. Shire. On the amendment? Give us a second. Seeing none, are there any amendments? Dr. Shire is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3842.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our committee leadership and Mr. Bilirakis for working to move this proposal forward. The Expanding Access to Diabetes Self-Management Training Act is a bipartisan and bicameral bill that aims to make small but meaningful tweaks to diabetes self-management training in order to make it more accessible and more effective. This training teaches patients good practices to manage their condition and to hopefully prevent and mitigate complications down the line. As someone who's managed my own type 1 diabetes for almost 40 years, I understand the importance of this education in managing the disease. In fact, I still remember the diabetes educator and the nutritionist who helped me when I was diagnosed at age 16, and they really laid the groundwork for a healthy life. Without proper understanding of the roles of insulin, food, exercise, and illness on blood sugar, people with diabetes can quickly end up in the hospital. And we know that self-management training helps people with diabetes live healthy lives and stay out of the hospital. I'm proud to work with my Democratic and Republican colleagues. I specifically thank Mr. Bilirakis to pass this important bill and remove barriers to self-management training. I encourage my colleagues to support this Ains and pass this policy to expand access to life-saving self-management training. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there
Gentlelady
discussion
yield.
of the amendment?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Your gentlelady would
I
yield?
will yield.
Well, as the co-chair of the Diabetes Caucus with Mr. Bilirakis, I just want to say this is an excellent bill. I want to thank the sponsor and let her know that the caucus is supportive, and I hope we can pass it with all due speed. I yield back.
Yes.
Thank you. The gentlelady
The young
yields
lady
back.
yield.
Gentlelady,
I will also, thank you for it back. I will also yield to Dr. Ruiz.
Thank you. I'd like to speak in favor of the Expanding Access to Diabetes Self-Management Training Act, which would expand Medicare coverage of diabetes outpatient self-management training. As an emergency medicine physician and also a co-chair of the Diabetes Caucus, I have treated patients whose insulin levels fluctuated to life-threatening levels, oftentimes due to people's inability to understand the use of insulin, the storage of insulin, diabetes, exercise, and other regimens. The millions of Americans living with diabetes deserve access to education and disease management that can help them live healthy, productive lives. And this common sense legislation would empower patients to effectively understand and manage their diabetes better. And I urge my colleagues to support HR 3842, and I applaud Dr. Schreier's efforts in helping the millions of individuals who suffer from diabetes in our nation. I yield back to Congresswoman Schreier.
Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate that, and I yield back.
gentlelady yields back. The chair, is there any discussion of the amendment? The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank Dr. Schreier for her efforts and partnership on this issue, and I was proud to co-lead HR 3842, the Expanding Access to Diabetes Self-Management Training Act, along with Dr. Bouchon and, of course, my good friend Diane DeGette. As recently as 2019, almost 1 in 4 seniors on Medicare had diabetes diagnosis, and diabetes is the most expensive chronic condition in the nation. Over 25% of the U.S. healthcare system is spent caring for people with diabetes. As the co-chair of the Congressional Diabetes Caucus, and as a patient who personally has type 2 diabetes, I understand how important it is to keep the disease under control. We must find ways to ensure patients effectively manage their chronic conditions on their own and in a way that fits their health needs. I had a little roundtable the other day, and I learned a lot from patients. And one suggestion was, and I'm not a doctor, you've got the doctors around here, so I'm not giving medical advice, but one suggestion was to check the levels of the blood sugar levels before you get behind the wheel, because we know what could happen if the levels are too high or too low. So we've got to make sure we practice that defensive medicine. Our bipartisan legislation is a small step in that direction. Each HR 3842 will allow beneficiaries the flexibility to access their initial 10 hours of diabetes self-management training services until fully utilized. Such a great idea. Diabetes self-management training, or DSMT, is an evidence-based service that provides the tools to better manage and reduce their risk of diabetes-related complications. DSMT has been proven to effectively reduce costs over time, help patients achieve a lower A1C and better weight loss results, and keep patients from experiencing worsening symptoms associated with the disease. Despite these proven results, only 5% of Medicare beneficiaries with newly diagnosed diabetes utilize DSMT services. Dr. Schreier's Ains will help eliminate barriers for providers to refer and patients to access DSMT services, which is a critical step toward reducing diabetes-related healthcare costs and improving the outcomes for Medicare patients living with diabetes. And it clarifies the Medicare statute to ensure that those clinicians who provide these services are still able to do so. I strongly support Representative Schreier's Ains and ask my colleagues to support it and pass the underlying bill. And I yield back to
Will the
Council.
gentleman yield?
Oh, yes, of course I will. To the doctor, please.
I want to associate myself with the comments of my colleagues, Dr. Schreier, Dr. Ruiz, and Mr. Bilibrakis. As a cardiovascular surgeon, I can tell you that everything that we can do to make it easier for our America's seniors to manage their diabetes, and for that matter, all Americans to manage their diabetes, is an absolute win for the American people. Tertiary care is the end result, in many cases, of poorly managed diabetes, and I can tell you that from experience. So I'm in strong support of expanding access to diabetes self-management training, and I hope all of my colleagues will support this legislation. I yield back to Mr. Bilibrakis.
And if anyone else wants my time, they can have it. Otherwise, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The question now occurs on approving H.R. 3842 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Matsui. Castor. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Badagan. Badagan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Rogers. Rogers votes aye. Miller Meeks votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 44 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 5397 as amended by the Subcommittee on Health and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5397, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to provide coverage of external infusion pumps and non-self...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill?
I have the amendment. I'm going to call it the
bill?
amendment.
Okay, Mrs. Dingell, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When given the choice, we know patients would overwhelmingly prefer to receive care at home, which can also result in significant savings for patients and providers. This is something I can speak to from my own personal experience with home infusion, which I've shared with you when I was receiving antibiotics at home every day for several months. Home infusion services offer so many benefits to patients, from reducing the threat of infection, increasing access in rural communities, lessening transportation and mobility changes, and so much more. And that's quite frankly why I'm very disappointed, if not outright upset,
that we are not considering the Preserving Patient Access to Home Infusion Act legislation I led with Representative Harshberger, Sewell, and Buchanan. This legislation would provide critical technical clarifications to the existing Medicare home infusion benefit to ensure it's working the way it was intended. In 2016, the 21st Century Cures Act established a home infusion professional services benefit for Medicaid Part B infusion dogs. But despite Congress's intent, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services have improperly implemented this benefit by requiring a nurse to be physically present in the patient's home in order to be reimbursed. This fails to account for the extensive clinical and administrative services that are provided remotely by home infusion clinicians. As a result, provider participation in Medicare's home infusion benefit has dropped sharply, and beneficiaries have experienced reduced access to home infusion over the last several years. The Preserving Patient Access to Home Infusion Act would provide a necessary fix to remove the physical presence requirement and ensure the full scope of professional services provided in home infusion are included in the reimbursement structure. While I am glad that this committee is advancing the Joe Fiandra Access to Home Infusion Act, and I'm going to urge all of my colleagues to support it, because we do know people can do it, can give themselves injections without having to have that professional in the house. We have to continue working to ensure the existing home infusion benefit is working properly so more beneficiaries can receive safe and adequate care in the comfort of their own homes. So I hope, pray, beg that we will consider the Preserving Patient Access to Home Infusion Act without delay. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Are there any amendments?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to
Guthrie?
this. I have an amendment in replace of the Dr. Dunn amendment. I'm calling up Dr. Dunn amendment.
Clerk will read.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5397.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentlemen, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Health is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Madam Chair, I'm going to yield my time to Mr. Carter from Georgia.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Chair, I'm pleased to speak in support of this amendment. In 2016, Congress passed the 21st Century Cures Act, which created a new home infusion therapy benefit for Medicare patients accessing drug therapy through the Medicare Part B durable medical equipment benefit. Unfortunately, the way this benefit has been operationalized, certain patients who need a healthcare professional to administer the drug have not had access to home infusion. Instead, these patients must travel to have their infusions done in a clinical setting, which can be particularly difficult for many patients with a chronic condition, particularly those living in rural areas. The Joe Fiandra Access to Home Infusion Act provides a limited change to Medicare coverage to ensure that these types of patients don't fall through the cracks and can obtain access to the care that they need. I encourage other members of the committee to support this important measure, and I yield back.
I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. For what purpose does Mr. Soto seek recognition?
To support the amendment in the underlying bill.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Joe Fiandra was a veteran and an advocate for Medicare home infusion. I appreciate the comments of the gentlelady from Michigan, and we will continue to work towards her goals and that of many of us on the committee. This is a narrow finalization of the 2020 rule. HR 5397 ensures home treatment infusion is covered by Medicare under certain circumstances, and we know that it can be life-saving for these home infusions for certain rare forms of debilitating diseases like Hatter amyloidosis that Mr. Fiandra had, and that it's better treated at home. For those reasons more, I support the amendment and the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the Ains. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Ains is adopted. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving HR 5397 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Johnson. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor.
Aye.
Castor votes aye. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Bertagon. Bertagon votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Rogers. Rogers votes aye.
It's recorded.
Bilirakis is not recorded. Bilirakis votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 46 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Chair calls up HR 5555 and asks the clerk to report.
HR 5555, a bill to direct the Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does Ms. Miller Meeks seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 5555, offered by Ms. Miller Meeks. Strike all after
Without
the enact.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentle lady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak in support of my bill, HR 5555, as amended, the Durable Medical Equipment Point of Service Relief Act, and I'm grateful for the committee's consideration of this critical bipartisan legislation. Over 66 million Medicare beneficiaries receive services under the DME POS benefit. The benefit allows patients to receive medically needed treatment such as oxygen, wheelchairs, and medical supplies in the comforts of their home, keeping them out of expensive inpatient settings such as hospitals and nursing facilities. Due to the implementation of the DME POS competitive bidding program, which applied pricing derived from highly populated competitive bidding areas to all areas of the country, there has been a significant decrease in payment rates, which caused a significant number of DME POS location closures. Just this last year, about 11% of the DME POS locations closed, further diminishing beneficiary access to DME POS suppliers. The loss ultimately leads to far less patient access and choice. The bid program was put on hold in 2018 due to a need to update the bidding process, and it was put on hold again in 2020 due to no additional savings. In all, the bid program has been on hold for the last 5 years, resulting in DME POS payments continuing to be based on rates from the flawed bidding program. My legislation, H.R. 5555 as amended, which I am proud to be leading, would provide much-needed rate relief in former bid areas and non-rural areas, which will help protect patient access to cost-effective home-based care. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation, among Medicare beneficiaries in traditional Medicare, most, 86%, had some type of additional coverage in 2020, either through Medigap, 36%, employer coverage, 31%, Medicaid, 17%, or other source, 1%. Without relief to DME POS competitive bidding and non-competitive bidding areas, Medicare beneficiaries may lose access to the medical equipment they need, forcing them to go to an emergency room or a long-term care facility. This would increase cost of the Medicare program as well as the beneficiary. I'm aware that some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are opposing this legislation over grievances of an unrelated policy relating to the state health insurance assistance program. Like my Democrat colleagues, I too want to assure that Americans are aware of their public health care options. However, unlike this DME policy, the SHIP program still receives discretionary funding. Patients will lose access to life-saving equipment without relief for DME providers, and it is good policy. I urge my colleagues to support the AINS and the underlying bill, H.R. 5555, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion on the amendment? On the amendment, Chair recognizes the ranking member. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Rogers. The bill H.R. 555 extends a program to prop up payment rates for durable medical equipment, exempting them from the full effect of the DME competitive bidding program. And the DME competitive bidding program was passed into law over 2 decades ago. In 2020, in response to the pandemic, Congress provided temporary relief to DME suppliers to address the reimbursement challenges posed by COVID-19, and this relief expires on December 31st, 2023. And now we're now being asked to extend this temporary relief again and create a new extender policy that Congress will have to continue to address in the future and find bipartisan offsets. Additionally, extending these higher rates could result in increases in out-of-pocket costs for our Medicare beneficiaries. Now, I understand the desire to extend this temporary relief program to help the durable medical equipment industry, but the majority continues to refuse our request to move legislation to extend another important program that actually directly helps Medicare beneficiaries and has historically been bipartisan. And that's H.R. 5360, Helping Low-Income Seniors Afford Care Act, led by Representative Craig, that extends existing programs like the State Health Insurance Assistance Program, SHIPS, the Area Agencies on Aging, AOAs, and the National Center for Benefits Outreach and Enrollment to help low-income Medicare beneficiaries enroll in Medicare and access benefits that lower their out-of-pocket costs. Now, too many low-income seniors struggle with the rising costs of health care, and millions of seniors can't afford the prescription drugs, causing them to forego or delay necessary treatment. According to a recent survey by the Commonwealth Fund, 1/3 of Medicare beneficiaries said it was difficult to afford health care costs, and more than 1 in 5 beneficiaries reported delaying or skipping needed health care because of the cost. These outreach and enrollment programs help our nation's most vulnerable low-income beneficiaries access assistance for prescription drug coverage and other essential Medicare benefits. Because of these programs, approximately 3.5 million Medicare beneficiaries have received assistance, and the number of seniors enrolled in the low-income subsidy program increased from 11.8 million in 2014 to 14.2 million in 2020. Now, these programs are particularly critical as major changes to the Part D benefit are underway that are already saving beneficiaries money through a $35 cap on insulin, no cost sharing for vaccines, and soon a $2,000 out-of-pocket cap on prescription drug costs overall. We need outreach and enrollment education to ensure beneficiaries understand these benefits and are enrolled in the best plan for them in order to take advantage of these savings and changes. A broad coalition of 57 organizations support the extension and expansion of the outreach and enrollment programs, which have been extended 11 times with bipartisan support over the past 15 years. Republicans refused to extend funding for these programs in the continuing resolution, allowing them to lapse this past September. And I'm extremely disappointed that Republicans failed to include the Craig bill in today's markup because these outreach and enrollment programs have longstanding bipartisan support. I'm also disappointed, I should say I am disappointed today that I have to vote no on this bill, but I want to send a message loud and clear to my Republican colleagues that you cannot hold up programs that help our seniors with outreach and enrollment like the Craig bill hostage and then expect Democrats to just work with you on industry priorities. While I'm disappointed that the Craig bill was not included in today's markup, I'm going to continue to fight to lower costs and expand access to care for Medicare beneficiaries and oppose policies that could result in increased premiums or additional out-of-pocket costs for seniors. So for all these reasons, I do urge our Democratic members to join me in opposing H.R. 5555. And I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion on the amendment?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Joyce? Okay. Chair recognizes Mr. Tonko for 5 minutes on the amendment. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now more than ever, Americans need access to affordable home-based care, but outdated reimbursement rates for life-saving medical equipment is making it increasingly difficult for suppliers to deliver that vital care. I'm proud to have worked with my colleague, Congresswoman Miller Meeks, on this bipartisan legislation that will address the increased cost of home-based care and help ensure that our seniors and other patients are delivered the resources and treatments they need to be well. I recognize Ranking Member Pallone's concerns here and agree that we should also be moving forward with the SHIPS Act today. I urge everyone to address these concerns moving forward. I continue to strongly believe this is legislation that is good policy that will help ensure affordable access to home-based care. I plan to support it and urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, I thank you, Madam Chair, and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the Miller Meeks amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Question now occurs on approving H.R. 5555 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 2365 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 2365, a bill to direct the Secretary of Health and Human Services to carry out a national project to prevent and cure Parkinson's. To be
Without
known,
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Chair recognizes gentleman Mr. Bilirakis for 5 minutes in support of his bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment. The clerk will report.
amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2365, offered by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida.
Without objection, the amendment, reading of amendment is dispensed with. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it, and I want to thank you for bringing up this bill, H.R. 2365, the National Plan to End Parkinson's Act. This is an early Christmas present for me. I don't want anything else for Christmas. You can tell my wife that if this bill passes. So this is a major thing for me and my family, but also Parkinson's patients throughout the country. I also want to thank my good friend and colleague, Paul Tonko, who did an outstanding job working with me on this particular bill. I want to thank you for his support, and also, of course, Michael J. Fox Foundation, who supports this bill, and what incredible work Michael J. Fox has done over the years and will continue to do for this great cause. So this no-cost legislation will, for the first time, unite experts in a public-private partnership in a mission to advance a national project for the purpose of preventing, treating, and ultimately curing Parkinson's disease once and for all. This mission is very personal to me. I think most of you know that. Sadly, I've lost 3 immediate family members, too, in the last 6 months. My brother, Dr. Emmanuel Bilirakis, passed away in May after years a long, long battle with this disease. Emmanuel was a wonderful human being and a primary care physician who gave so much to his community. I'm thankful to my friend and ranking member Ashu for her support and her kind suggestion to name the title of the bill after him, which is reflected in the Ains. I appreciate it so much. Forever grateful. More recently, I lost my mother-in-law in October, Theodora Lialios, who was also a strong fighter who long struggled and battled this horrific disease. I also lost an uncle, my dad's brother, many years ago to this disease. And my father was diagnosed recently, Congressman Mike Bilirakis. So to my colleagues here today, I want everyone to know what I'm particularly passionate about. I really am about this topic and am fully devoted to doing whatever it takes to get this bill enacted into law, get it across the finish line. This is, again, you know where I'm coming from. I appreciate all of your thoughts and prayers. Everyone has been so great to my family. The Ains we have before us today finally represents an agreement from both sides of the aisle. And I'm so grateful that we are able to come together on this particular bill. It could not come at a more crucial time. Since early this year, researchers were able to discover a new biomarker that can reveal a key pathology and new understanding about this disease that I'm hopeful will spur new breakthrough developments of innovative treatments and cures. The time is now, ladies and gentlemen. We must be proactive, and our bill will do just that by establishing a national integrated strategy to support and coordinate research efforts, encourage development of treatments, and reduce the impact on patients and caregivers, among other things. The bill also sets up an advisory council comprised of experts from across the federal government and every related agency, combined with non-federal appointed members representing by patient advocates, specialist providers, clinicians, and researchers, ensuring we are representing minority communities and communities disproportionately affected by Parkinson's disease. This new entity will focus efforts on an annual report to HHS and to Congress with an evaluation on the current effort to prevent, treat, and cure Parkinson's, and recommendations for ways to reduce the escalating burden of this disease on patients and families. It will also improve outcomes and the quality of care for Medicare and Medicaid beneficiaries and veterans, and better research the underlying causes of this disease. This national project will also incorporate other related neurodegenerative diseases, including the rare disease progressive, the supranuclear palsy, which I was saddened to learn has afflicted our friend and House colleague, Jennifer Wexton. She helped so much on this bill, and I appreciate her so very much. Yes. We're all together today on this. We love you very much. I want to thank again Ms. Wexton for her courage and support on the bill and her continued to work in Congress as she battles this dreadful disease. And I want her to know that we are all thinking of her. And again, I want to talk to her further as we go along with this legislation. I know I don't have much time, so you know what? Can I finish off, Madam Chair? I just have 30 seconds, if you don't mind.
Without objection.
Okay,
Without
in
objection,
closing,
please finish.
let's do what's best for patients and for the Parkinson's community at large by getting this bill passed through the House floor, get it to the House floor, to the Senate, and to the President's desk as soon as possible. Thank you again, and I plead with my fellow colleagues across this committee to support my aims and support the Dr. Emmanuel Bilirakis National Plan to End Parkinson's Act. And I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, and God bless you.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Chair recognizes Mr. Tonko for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for including the National Plan to End Parkinson's Act as a part of this markup. In Congress, I have made helping those with neurological disorders one of my top priorities for more than a decade. I've long led efforts related to Alzheimer's, the other top neurological disorder facing Americans. These past few years, I have been honored to expand my championship for Americans facing Parkinson's as well. I first learned more in depth about Parkinson's from a dear friend who suffered with it. So when the opportunity arose to partner with Congressman Bilirakis, and we've worked on this over a number of years, on this very meaningful effort, I jumped right in and made it my personal mission to get this done on behalf of the millions of people living with Parkinson's. As you may know, currently more than 1 million people in the United States live with Parkinson's disease, and there are no treatments to cure, prevent, or significantly slow down its progression. Parkinson's is the second most common neurological disease and is unfortunately growing and growing fast. Our bipartisan, no-cost legislation will, for the first time, unite the federal government in a mission to cure and prevent Parkinson's, alleviate financial and health burdens on American families, and reduce government spending over time. This pioneering legislation is greatly needed. This bill will bring federal stakeholders and non-federal experts together to implement a national plan to prevent and cure the disease, improve diagnoses and treatment options, and lessen the burden for caregivers and families. The bill text is modeled off the successful National Alzheimer's Project model, which brought together many parts of the federal government to improve the federal response. Once signed into law, this bill will do for Parkinson's what the national plan has done for Alzheimer's and bring together coordination, care, and research, all to help those with Parkinson's as well as their loved ones. This would help bring a strong focus to a cure, treatment, and also prevention. It will shine a needed light on the suffering related to Parkinson's. Sadly, we recognize that environmental triggers are likely a part of Parkinson's, but so much is still unknown. More research and coordination are critical to getting answers to these questions. So I thank the Michael J. Fox Foundation for everything that they have done, but especially the work on this bill. And thank you to the New York-based groups and advocates who stood by my side demanding action on this bill and giving a face to Parkinson's. Together with patients, families, and medical professionals, we learned about the challenges of Parkinson's and why this bill is urgently needed. Thank you to my good friend and colleague, Gus Bilirakis, for working on the national plan to end Parkinson's Act with me. It's an honor to work with you, my friend, and I know how much this means to you personally, and I thank you for your relentless work to push this forward. The loss of your brother and mother-in-law this last year has unfortunately been very devastating. I admire how you have channeled that pain and committed to making a difference so that we can bring hope, strong hope, to those with Parkinson's. And thank you to Chair Rogers and Ranking Member Pallone and Ranking Member Eshoo for staying with us and finding a resolution to move this meaningful bill forward. I think the end product here is strong and something we can all be proud of. I also want to thank our good friend and colleague, Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton, who, when faced with a devastating diagnosis, not only joined this fight, but became one of the most vocal advocates fighting for the Parkinson's community. As many of you know, Congresswoman Wexton was first diagnosed with PSP this year, which she describes as a kind of Parkinson's on steroids. Jennifer, today and every day, you give a face to Parkinson's, and you are changing the future for those who have not yet received the diagnosis and those who will benefit from the national plan to end Parkinson's. I thank you for your advocacy and for bravely sharing publicly about your journey. I value your friendship and am in awe of your determination and your journey. Congresswoman Wexton shared this about the national plan to end Parkinson's, and Madam Chair, I ask that we incorporate this into the record. And I quote, "Eventually, the nearly 1 million of us who have these diseases in the United States will be unable to walk, talk, or even feed ourselves. We will require extensive and expensive institutional or in-home care, the cost of which will likely be borne primarily by U.S. taxpayers. By bringing together key stakeholders to build a national plan to prevent and cure Parkinson's, the National Plan to End Parkinson's Act is taking a critical and historic step for the millions of Americans with Parkinson's and Parkinsonisms and their families just like mine," and that's a quote from our dear friend, Jennifer. I could not agree more. I ask that Congresswoman Wexton's full statement on the bill be entered for the record. I understand that receiving a Parkinson's diagnosis must be truly devastating for individuals and their loved ones. It is incumbent upon Congress to ensure Americans know they will be supported during this frightening and life-altering time. Our legislation does just that and offers a dose of hope. This is a common-sense, compassionate bill that will establish a robust response to address Parkinson's and ensure that patients and their families receive the care they need. To all of our colleagues here, thank you for your strong support and commitment to the Parkinson's community. I will support the aims and the final passage and encourage everyone in this room to do the same. By moving this forward, we will make a positive difference, improve lives, and even save lives. We'll deliver hope to the doorsteps of millions, and that is a gift that we should all be proud of. And for the millions of Americans living with Parkinson's, as well as their loved ones, truly, we wish them well in their journey. And with that, Madam Chair, I thank you and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair notes that Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton is in the audience today. And Jennifer, we are inspired by your fight, your courage, Lord, and we just want you to know that we stand by you. We appreciate your support, your leadership on this legislation, and thanks for joining us today as we move this along. Yes. Further discussion? Do you want to talk? Okay. Chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes on the amendment. Or the, yeah, the amendment.
On both the amendment and the underlying bill. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to also thank Congresswoman Wexton for not only her strength, and which I admire so much, but I just want to point out that it was her really working with us on a bipartisan basis that has led to this amendment that makes it possible for us to move this bill today. And I just want to thank her for all her help with the bill, with the amendment, and again, admire her strength. Prior to today's markup, I was concerned that my majority colleagues were making changes to this bill that would have watered it down, and I objected to what appeared to be efforts by the Republican majority to strike language ensuring that the Advisory Council on Parkinson's Research had minority and representative membership, and to strike the Office of Minority Health from the Advisory Council. But of course, all that has changed. And according to a national study, racial and ethnic minorities have been underrepresented in Parkinson's disease research, which has limited understanding of treatments and outcomes across these populations. The study found that Black, Hispanic, and Asian people with Parkinson's have a lower quality of life than white people, and that some health disparities and management differences persist. And it was important to address these disparities as part of our work as we moved forward with any federal efforts on Parkinson research and treatment. So we were able to land on language today to ensure that minority and underrepresented communities are included in the Advisory Council membership. And I want to thank again our Chairwoman McMorris Rogers, Representative Bilirakis, for working with the Democrats to ensure that all representative perspectives will be included in both the federal and non-federal Advisory Council. And of course, in addition to Congressman Bilirakis, I want to thank Congressman Tonko because he has been pushing for this bill for a long time. So thank you, Paul. The fact is that the Energy and Commerce Committee has long recognized equity to be important considerations in public health legislation and legislation more broadly. Today's legislation meets that bar despite our initial efforts on the wrong foot, and it is my deep belief that this legislation will make significant strides to end Parkinson's and will provide our family members, caregivers, and friends with real hope. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment as well as the underlying bill. I thank you all again, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the Ains. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Ains is adopted. Any further discussion? Chair now or the question now occurs on approving HR 2365 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Dingell. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Badagan. Badagan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Rogers.
Aye.
Rogers votes aye. Palmer is not recorded. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Peters is not recorded. Peters votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there are 47 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Thank you. I'm just, yeah, thank you. We're gonna call it up even. Who's first? Who's first? You wanna go, Bertie? Chair calls up HR 6545 and asks the clerk to report.
HR 6545, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to make improvements to the physician fee schedule under the Medicare program. Section
Without
1.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. For what purpose does Dr. Burgess seek recognition?
To speak on the underlying bill.
Chair recognizes the gentleman for 5 minutes in support of the legislation.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak on 6545, the Physician Fee Schedule Updated Improvement Act, which will increase the conversion factor to 3% for 2024, extend incentive payments for participation in the alternative payment models, extend the floor for the work geographic index, update the budget neutrality threshold from $20 million to $53 million, and require timely updates to direct cost used to calculate practice expensive relative value units. Together, these policies will make long overdue changes that stabilize physician payment and preserve the provider-patient relationship. This is the first time that the Energy and Commerce Committee has marked up a short-term increase to address physician payment, along with long-term structural updates to budget neutrality. The budget neutrality threshold has not been updated since 1992, and it is responsible for the across-the-board cuts that affect independent practice physicians across America. These structural changes will help modernize physician payment while updating policies that haven't been touched since the creation of the physician fee schedule in 1992. And I'm sure, just like me, many of you are hearing from your physicians at home that this represents an existential threat to their ability to continue in practice. I want to thank everyone who's worked on HR 6545, as well as HR 6371, the Provider Reimbursement Stability Act. I want to thank the co-chairs of the Doctors Caucus, Dr. Murphy and Dr. Wenstrup, and Representative Robin Kelly. I look forward to continuing our work on the remaining policies in 6371. Again, we've all heard from our doctors across the country that the current Medicare physician fee schedule is unsustainable, unpredictable, and truly represents an existential threat to the continuation of practice of medicine, particularly in light of the higher inflation rate that is now predominant across the land. I know most people are surprised to hear it, but I am a Medicare patient and have been so for almost 10 years. I know I don't look old enough, but I am on Medicare Advantage. And I will tell you, I don't have many reasons to go and seek care, but when I do, and I receive an explanation of benefits from Medicare, I am embarrassed at what they are paying physicians for the care that was rendered to me. It's typically 15 to 20% of what the billed charges were. All of these policies strike the balance between acknowledging that more work must be done while collaborating on short and long-term solutions to address physician payment. An extremely important concept. First time we've worked on this in this committee that I can recall in 20 years. It is time, so thank you, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Kelly for 5 minutes on the bill.
I move to strike the last word. American physicians have more than stepped up to the challenges that they have encountered over the past 3 years. Throughout the pandemic, they put in countless hours, often risking their own health, and safety. I'm sorry, it's making me think of my husband. I'm sorry. Their own health and safety to keep our communities healthier and safer. I've heard from many physicians, those in primary and specialty care, including my late husband, who have voiced concerns about the rising costs associated with providing quality health care to the communities they serve. The combination of rising costs with the continued threat of provider reimbursements cuts causes physicians to make difficult decisions, such as limiting new appointment slots for Medicare patients, reducing clinical staff, or reducing charity care services. The current situation is unsustainable. We must act to ensure seniors continue to have access to the full range of Medicare services that they need and were promised to them. That is why I've joined my colleagues on HR 6545, the Physician Fee Schedule Update and Improvement Act, which would improve Medicare's budget neutrality requirements toward a more appropriate reimbursement system. This will make much-needed improvements to the budget neutrality rules to stabilize the payment system and make it more predictable and accurate moving forward. We must work on meaningful policies that will help improve access to quality health care. We must support our physicians who have supported us during these turbulent times, so I strongly encourage my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. So the chair thinks tears are good, and thank you for your leadership. The committee stands in recess. We will reconvene 10 minutes after the last floor vote is called, and discussion will continue. Oh, do you want to go now? Oh, we'll come back. Yes, yes, yes. Debate will continue. We're going to go vote. We're at recess. We'll convene 10 minutes after the last vote is called.
I didn't realize she'd lost her husband.
Oh, my. celebrating their, yes, this August, celebrating their anniversary. He like has like he faints, and then he's like having a seizure. They don't know what's going on. He goes to the hospital, and he goes. So then they get him stabilized. They diagnosed it as a magnesium. More than 10 minutes? Ready? Committee will come to order. We will continue consideration of 6545. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does Mrs. Miller-Meeks seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6545.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6545. Offered by member strike all after the enacting clause and insert the
Without
following.
objection, the reading of the amendment will be suspended. Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank you for including this critical piece of bipartisan legislation in the markup today. While the cost of running a medical practice have gone up 47%, physician payments have declined 26% from the period of 2001 to 2023 when adjusted for inflation. This makes it next to impossible for small, rural, and low-income serving practices to stay operational. In recent years, many nonpartisan government stakeholders have repeatedly expressed concerns about the failure of Medicare payments to keep pace with the rising cost of running a medical practice and the damaging impact it could have on patient access to care, especially in rural areas like southeastern Iowa. Even with the repeal of the SGR, we continue to find ourselves in an end-of-the-year scramble to avoid cutting physician reimbursement by multiple percentage points. Unfortunately, this year is no different. However, this year we have the drastically increased prices and cost of labor that we'd seen at the end of the COVID-19 pandemic. This method of legislating is unsustainable, and it put patients and providers at great risk. The Physician Fee Schedule Update and Improvements Act, which is the first doc fix legislation to move through regular order, makes much-needed changes to the way in which physicians are reimbursed under Medicare, including raising the budget neutrality threshold from $20 million to $53 million and using timely updates to direct costs which are used to calculate practice expenses. Additionally, this legislation extends the bonus doctors receive for participating in alternate payment models, which is vital to continue to transition away from fee-for-service to value-based arrangements. The amendment is the text of the original, but with the conversion factor changed from 3% to 2.5% and an update to the alternate payment model language. While I'm not pleased with this, and I think that the original conversion factor of 3 is more appropriate given the cost of inflation and cost of medical practice updates, this conforms with the Senate, and I'm pragmatic in wanting to make sure that this gets done. With that, there is still much work to be done with broader macro reform, and I'm disheartened that America's physicians will still be receiving cuts to their Medicare reimbursement next year. We know that neither Medicare nor Medicaid reimburse high enough for practices to stay viable. I would have preferred that the committee move this bill. It was originally introduced, as I said. We cannot expect doctors to continue to remain in practice when Congress, including this committee, continue to fail to ensure that physicians receive adequate Medicare reimbursement. I thank Chair Rogers and the committee staff for moving this legislation, but ask that the committee continue to work with its physician members on both sides of the aisle to support our doctors. Lastly, I would also like to thank the 3 co-chairs of the GOP Doctors Caucus, Dr. Burgess, Dr. Murphy, and Dr. Winstrup, for their leadership in the physician payment space. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I urge my colleagues to support the AINS and the underlying bill, H.R. 6545, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. Further discussion. Chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill we're considering today addresses the critical needs of both Medicare patients and providers. The legislation extends critical programs to provide payment stability for doctors and ensure Medicare beneficiaries can receive high-quality care. And this important bipartisan legislation provides relief for providers by averting cuts, expanding the budget neutrality threshold, and requiring timely updates to clinical costs to ensure payment rates align with the most recent cost data. And I'm pleased we're able to reach a bipartisan agreement on these policies. It's my hope that these changes provide long-term stability and less year-over-year variation for the provider community that will hopefully avert the need for the continual annual scramble to find bipartisan offsets to address funding cliffs resulting from the regulatory action. Now, I'm particularly pleased the bill includes H.R. 6369, led by Representative Schreier. The legislation would extend bonuses for providers participating in advanced alternative payment models and includes an increase in the bonus for providers taking on a higher level of risk. Evidence shows that these models have been successful in improving patient care, and I believe extending this incentive will encourage uptake of these models. We must continue to ensure that there are robust financial incentives for providers in Medicare fee-for-service to move from volume to value. However, I have to say I'm disappointed that H.R. 6545 does not include the full APM bonus under current law from Representative Schreier's bill, and I believe it's important that we extend the bonus at the current low law level of 3.5%. And hopefully we'll work with our Republicans to ensure this is addressed before floor consideration. I don't have to tell anybody here that Medicare is the main source of health care for our nation's seniors and disabled. We have to continue to work on both sides of the aisle to advance legislation that ensures the Medicare program continues to deliver the highest quality of care. And I urge support, obviously, for the AINS and the underlying bill. And thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. For what purpose does Mr. Bouchon seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise to speak on the AINS.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I am supportive of the underlying legislation and grateful for the committee's work in marking up a bill that improves the status quo for doctors paid by the Medicare physician fee schedule. Currently, a 3.4% cut will occur on January 1st, 2024. The underlying bill makes an upward adjustment to the conversion factor by 3%. Not a total mitigation, but close. It takes steps towards improving budget neutrality at CMS, which is very important. It extends the geographic practice cost index payments and the alternative payment model bonuses, all things I support. Unfortunately, the AINS isn't quite in line with my overall priorities to mitigate reimbursement cuts. I'm disappointed in the additional 0.5% cut to the conversion factor correction compared to the underlying bill. I understand that Congress is limited to spending certain amounts of money. I just disagree where the spending is being allocated, particularly in the healthcare space. I want to talk about what we have been spending over the last couple of years. The American Rescue Plan, $3.5 trillion, Inflation Reduction Act, $740 billion. We're going to extend DSH payments to hospitals in the lower costs, more transparency bill, which I support, by $16 billion. And I want to remind everyone our annual inflation rate in 2021 was 4.7%, and in 2022, 8.0%. And I also want to have people look at this first graph here, which shows that physicians don't get an annual update based on inflation when everybody else does, and I've shown this at the subcommittee mark. Even if we totally mitigate the 3.4%, doctors' practices still are getting behind since practice expenses are skyrocketing. I understand the committee originally wanted to move forward with the 3% adjustment, which I appreciate, but the pay-fors that could accomplish this goal apparently are not available. Let me reiterate why this Medicare reimbursement issue is so important, and again, I want everyone to look at the graph that I have on the screen. I show this chart of their subcommittee mark. It demonstrates how over the last 2 decades, physician payment has failed to go up while hospital and facility payments have increased dramatically. This is why physician practitioners are being forced to sell to big hospital systems, limiting competition and increasing costs. If you could call up chart 2. I also want to bring attention to this data, which shows how hospitals are spending the money we're paying them in reimbursement. They're not recruiting additional doctors, and for that matter, nurses or other providers. This graph is physicians. They're hiring administrators, and you can see the exponential growth in the number of administrative people in the hospital system compared to providers. There is no reason, in my opinion, why, prior to the House floor consideration, we can't find about $500 million to avoid the 3.4% conversion factor cut docs are facing at the end of the year. That's what it would take to get from the 2.5% in the AINS to the full 3.4% cut and mitigate the cuts altogether. That's approximate. Remember, $500 million in, as I mentioned, $16 billion in dish payments, $3.5 trillion in American Rescue Plan, $740 billion in the Inflation Reduction Act, and inflation is just killing us. In rural America, I can tell you, we're in big trouble as it relates to physician reimbursement. So I think it's absurd that Washington, D.C. doesn't immediately begin serious work to permanently fix the physician fee schedule to properly pay our providers so that we can ensure access to quality care for America's seniors. That's the issue, quality care and access. I'm still on the fence about the final version if this AINS passes, and I may reluctantly support it, the amended bill, and work to continue to further improve the situation. But we have come to a fork in the road here, really, and we need to decide to go the direction of properly reimbursing America's providers, because if we don't, America's seniors and everyone else are going to have trouble with the healthcare system. There's no providers out there. It's only going to get worse. You know, I appreciate the committee's action on this, and I'm hopeful, you know, even though the Senate had a lower number, that we can further mitigate these cuts before we actually have to vote on a final version. So I appreciate the time, but we really have to fix this, folks, and we have to do it very, very soon. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. Chair recognizes Mr. Ruiz for 5. Okay. For what purpose does Mr. Cardenas seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Now I feel bad. I don't have my beautiful children with me like Dr. Rees, but I'll be quick. I move to strike the last word. I want to thank Reps Miller, Meeks, Schreier, Kelly, Bouchon, and the other leads for their work on these issues. I was thrilled to see an agreement on provider reimbursement and to join on as a co-lead to the Physician Fee Schedule Update and Improvement Act. I know that every member in this committee has heard over and over again that workforce shortages issues are one of the greatest threats to the healthcare system, to the ecosystem today. And it is no wonder why we have these shortages. Burnout is high, patients are sicker and more frustrated, and cuts to the resources to provide care are only increasing. To put the number on these cuts into perspective, Medicare physician payments dropped 26% between 2001 to 2023 when adjusted for inflation. That is a huge decline, and patients are the ones who suffer the most in this situation. To compound these issues, our provider reimbursement systems have created uncertainty that has intensified the burden on providers. That's why this bill, which provides some much-needed stability, is so important. By preventing the steepest cuts, extending alternative payment model, APM bonus payments, expanding the budget neutrality threshold, and revisiting calculations for practice expense RVUs, this bill would ease what could amount to catastrophic impacts for doctors. I again want to commend my colleagues for coming to this bipartisan agreement on this for the sake of patients' access to care and all the providers. I know there are more proposals that will help move these fixes along, including the bill I co-led with Bilirakis on providing relief specifically for clinical labor cuts, and I hope to see engagement on that as well. But the bill before us today amounts to a win that will be hugely consequential for doctors and patients alike. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further discussion. For what purpose does Mr. Joyce seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I wish to strike the last word and speak in support of the underlying bill.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I would also like to thank my fellow physician, Dr. Miller Meeks, for introducing this critical legislation, H.R. 6545, the Physician Fee Schedule Update and Improvements Act. This is important and we need to underscore the dire need of additional reforms and immediate relief from the latest annual cuts to the Medicare providers. As you know, if Congress fails to act, Medicare providers face a substantial cut as of January 1st. And when coupled with increasing medical inflation, the real impact will place an undue burden not only on the doctors, but on the patients that they care for every day and the access that those patients need to Medicare providers. First and foremost, as a physician, I understand the negative impact that these significant year-after-year cuts will have on reimbursement for providers. Now extrapolate that and compound it with already existing workforce shortages in underserved areas like my district in rural Pennsylvania. I can assure you that the repercussions are dire. From the period of 2001 to today, Medicare physician reimbursements have actually gone down 26% when adjusted for inflation. It's not sustainable for physician practices, and it has a detrimental impact on beneficiaries losing access to their preferred doctor. This has also led to a consolidation of practices and driving physicians out of rural and underserved areas. While this bill is a necessary first step, and I am pleased to see the improvements from what we considered at subcommittee, we still need to do more to avert this cut from going into effect January 1st of next year. I look forward to continue our work on this bill to ensure that our seniors are protected from the impacts of these cuts. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield.
Gentleman yields. Further discussion and for introduction of your family? Yes. Mr. Ruiz, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks. I move to strike the last word, and thank you for indulging me in presenting the Desert Darlings, the dynamic duo, my twin daughters, Sky and Sage, and to welcome my wonderful, beautiful wife, Monica, my mother-in-law, Sally, and my sister-in-law, Wendy, who are in the audience right now. Thank you for allowing me to do so.
Welcome. Pleased you're here. It's great to meet you, Sky and Sage.
Thank you. Thank you. So at previous hearings in this subcommittee, we have examined policies to improve seniors' access to health care. We have identified the challenges within our healthcare system that create barriers to patient access to care. For years, physicians have been experiencing cuts to their Medicare reimbursements, even while other Medicare providers have experienced increases for inflation, as Dr. Bouchan's graph so eloquently demonstrated. From 2001 to 2023, inflation-adjusted payments for physicians declined by 26%, even amid the rising costs of running a medical practice. On top of that, physicians received a 2% across-the-board cut to their Medicare conversion. And that Medicare conversion factor in 2023, and are facing another 3.37% cut in 2024. This can create barriers to care for our most vulnerable patients, especially in rural areas that often bear the brunt of healthcare workforce shortages. We can't afford for doctors to close their doors or to take fewer Medicare patients because they can't afford to treat them. The physician fee schedule is broken and needs to be fixed. The Physician Fee Schedule Update and Improvements Act is a step in the right direction. Specifically, this bill would increase the Medicare physician fee schedule conversion factor from 1.25% to 3% for the calendar year 2024. However, this provision is only temporary, and we need to look at the big picture. We need to look at long-term solutions. We need to fix the Medicare physician fee schedule so that we can ensure access to care for patients, and so that Congress does not have to revisit this issue over and over every year to prevent payment cuts. While H.R. 6545 is a good start, more still needs to be done to adequately address the core problems with the Medicare physician fee schedule and implement lasting solutions. My bipartisan bill with Drs. Bouchan and Miller Meeks, the Strengthening Medicare for Patients and Providers Act, H.R. 2474, is that permanent solution to this challenge. This bill will adjust Medicare physician reimbursement rates based on inflation by tying reimbursements to the Medicare Economic Index. Tying Medicare reimbursement rates to rising inflation will go a long way towards ensuring reliable access to care for patients. I urge this committee to consider H.R. 2474 in future markups. And with that, my daughters Sky and Sage and I yield back.
All right, very good. Yield back. further discussion? Chair recognizes Ms. Schreier for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak on the aims and the underlying bill.
Chair recognizes Ms. Schreier for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I am proud to have worked on this bill with my colleagues, Dr. Miller-Meeks, Dr. Bouchon, and Representative Kelly. Dr. Burgess specifically and Representative Kelly specifically, I just want to thank you for, in your comments, framing this discussion about fair physician reimbursement in your personal experiences, because fundamentally, fair reimbursement impacts physicians. It respects the work that they do, and it keeps those physicians' practices open and available to all patients so that we and our family members and your family members can get the care we need. I also want to associate myself with the comments that you've already heard from all of my doctor colleagues explaining the dramatic contrast between flat provider pay over the past 20 years and significant inflation in costs and in compensation of other professions over the past 20 years. Fundamentally, maintaining appropriate reimbursement for physicians has a direct impact on the ability of Medicare patients, particularly in rural and underserved areas, to access the medical care they need. This bill will mitigate some of the harmful cuts that would otherwise take place at the end of this year. It may not be enough, but it is a great start. This legislation also includes my bill to extend incentives for alternative payment models, or APMs. This helps those providers who are employing these transition to and remain in a model of care that focuses on patient health outcomes while still lowering costs. So I encourage my colleagues to vote for the AINS and the fee schedule update and Improvements Act, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the AINS. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The AINS is adopted. Is there further discussion? Seeing none. Question now occurs on approving HR 6545 as amended, and a roll call has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller-Meeks. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Rogers.
Aye.
Rogers votes aye. Cardenas votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how's Mr. Johnson recorded?
Mr. Johnson is not recorded. Johnson votes aye.
How's Mr. Griffith recorded?
Griffith votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 46 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up HR 6364 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 6364, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to maintain certain telehealth flexibilities relating to a
Without
provider.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Mr. Balderson, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
To speak on the amendment. And I move to strike the last word.
Amendment, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 63.
Without objection, the amendment is dispensed, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for including the Medicare Telehealth Privacy Act. This bill simply prohibits CMS from making a doctor's home address publicly available when the doctor uses their home as a distant site for telehealth services. Over the past several years, telehealth has proven its worth and shown the value and convenience it brings to both providers and patients. Telehealth is here to stay, so we must make sure our health infrastructure and processes keep up with the speed and ease of these technologies. CMS is currently operating under a COVID-era waiver that keeps a doctor from having to register each address and location from which they conduct the telehealth services. However, in January of 2025, that waiver expires and home addresses will be subject to online posting on websites like Medicare Compare. It is important for CMS to have the information it needs to make loyalty adjustments and to identify any signs of fraud, waste, and abuse. However, it is also important that doctors also have a peace of mind and privacy. This bill balances both of these considerations. It prohibits CMS from ever disclosing these home addresses. The bill also requires CMS to create a billing mechanism for doctors who infrequently conduct telehealth services from their home that protects their privacy by having them report a zip code instead of a home address. This will allow doctors flexibility when they must be home unexpectedly, like if they need to stay home to tend to a sick child while giving CMS the certainty and accuracy they need. I look forward to continue working with my colleagues on the many other questions regarding telehealth before us in the next year and beyond, but I'm glad we can all agree on this common sense issue. I urge support for this, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment, Balderson amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Is there further discussion? Further amendments? Seeing none, the vote occurs on final passage of H.R. 6364 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Latta. Aye. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Aye. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Aye. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Duguette. Duguette votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Aye. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Rogers. Rogers votes aye.
Burgess recorded.
Mr. Burgess is not recorded. Burgess votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there are 44 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 1352 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 1352, a bill to require the Secretary of Health and Human Services to establish a demonstration project to increase access to biosimilar
Without
biological
objection, the
products.
first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Hudson seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 13.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
I thank the chair. This is a belt and suspenders type of amendment to clear up any confusion that it's budget neutral and follows House rules. But as you know, when the Innovation Center was created as part of the ACA, included was a requirement that the Innovation Center must focus on reducing spending in Medicare and Medicaid and stop any demonstration if they don't save money for taxpayers. So to address any concern, I've offered this amendment in the nature of a substitute. In addition to a budget-neutral amendment, I'm extremely excited to see this bill going through regular order and so much closer to becoming a reality. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Cardenas, for working with me. Seniors in North Carolina consistently tell me how they struggle to pay the cost of their prescription drugs. To address this, we introduced H.R. 1352, the Increasing Access to Biosimilars Act, a common sense solution to increase competition and offer more solutions for seniors. Through a shared savings demonstration, providers would be encouraged to prescribe lower cost biosimilar medicines through a voluntary pilot program. Biosimilar medicines hold enormous promise to significantly increase patient access to advanced treatments and reduce the cost of prescription drugs. And this bill encourages adoption of biosimilars in Medicare. A bill that saves money, increases patient access, and lowers patient costs should be a no-brainer. I look forward to seeing this become law, and I thank the chair and the ranking member for bringing it through the committee today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Okay. Chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Pallone, for purposes of offering an amendment. What is your amendment?
My amendment, I don't have a number for it. We just made it up. Do you have it?
Oh, is it Amendment 02? Amendment 02?
Amendment 02.
Clerk will report the amendment. 02?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 53.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'm pleased there's bipartisan support for ensuring we have a robust biosimilar marketplace. Incentivizing the development and utilization of biosimilars is critical to driving down drug prices and reducing the high cost of specialty medications, particularly in the Medicare Part B program. And that's why we passed into law an important policy that created a 5-year temporary payment increase for qualifying biosimilars of Medicare Part B, in which the Medicare program will pay the average sales price for a biosimilar plus 8% of the reference biological product's average sales price when the biosimilar is separately payable in physicians' offices. By increasing the ASP add-on, physicians are incentivized to prescribe the biosimilar over the reference biologic, driving down costs to the Medicare program and increasing access to lower-cost drugs. So I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment. It would extend the temporary payment increase of ASP plus 8% for biosimilar products in Part B for an additional 5 years. And that is a common-sense solution that achieves the bipartisan goal of growing and incentivizing a strong biosimilar market. And thank you, Chair. I yield back. I yield to Mr. Cardenas.
Gentlemen, yield, thank you. I want to thank Ranking Member Pallone for bringing up this amendment, which I believe will help to grow the number of biosimilars in the market. Access to biosimilars is key to ensuring affordable prescriptions at the pharmacy counter. These products provide much-needed relief for patients and introduce critical competition to lower costs. Creating robust incentives to invest in the creation of biosimilars should continue to be a priority this Congress as we work to help patients afford their prescriptions. We have the power to help biosimilars live up to their potential to increase competition and produce lower-cost options. I celebrate that my colleague on the other side of the aisle shares my optimism for biosimilars, and I want to reiterate that I believe we could be doing even more, specifically as the ASP Plus 8 program allows biosimilars to benefit from an increased bump in its payments. This amendment, which is consistent with my bill, the Extending Biosimilar Eligibility Act, would simply give even more biosimilars the opportunity to benefit from the increased Medicare Part B payments through the ASP Plus 8 program. By extending the window of eligibility for a biosimilar to qualify for 5 years' worth of pay increases, we can sweeten the incentive and fold more products in. It would be a missed opportunity to fail to expand existing programs like the ASP Plus 8, which are already in place. This incentive allows us to grow the biosimilar market and ensure more patients are benefiting from these lower cost options. Even better, it will do so at no cost and with no increase in spending. I urge us to remember the hardworking families in each of our districts that are counting on us to lower drug costs. This is a simple proposal that will yield real results for our neighbors back home and for the people across our great country. And with that, I yield back to the gentleman.
Would the gentleman yield? Sure. Just in the most of speed, I'm happy to take just a few minutes here at the end of your time, Mr. Ranking Member, to thank you for working with us on this. I think we're doing good work here together, and I'm pleased to support this amendment. I urge my colleagues on both sides to support this amendment and to support the underlying bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Thank you, Mr. Hudson. I believe Ms. Eshu would like the remaining time.
Thank
I
you,
yield to her.
Mr. Pallone. I'm so delighted to see and hear members working on biosimilars. And I'm very proud that it was my original legislation that created biosimilars. And that legislation was included in the Affordable Care Act. And to see you caring and acting well on this, I just couldn't help but lean in and thank each one of the members. It's a very important element, part of our healthcare system. Sophisticated, yes, but it needs to reach those that need it. And I think that this is another chapter in the story of biosimilars, and I salute each one of you for your work. So thank you, Mr. Pallone, for yielding time to me. I yield back to you.
Thank you, and I yield back to the chair.
There's no further discussion. The vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The vote now occurs on the Ains as amended. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And the amendment, the Ains as amended, is agreed to. Question now occurs on approving H.R. 1352 as amended, and a roll call has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Aye. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Aye. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Yeah.
Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark.
Aye.
Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz.
Aye.
Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Badagan. Badagan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Rogers.
Aye.
Rogers votes aye. Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 44 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Without objection, staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the legislation approved by the committee today. So ordered. Big thank you, members and staff. We got through a long list of bills. There was a lot of work done, even today, to get these bills in a place where many of them enjoyed bipartisan support and on their way to becoming law. It was good work, a good day. Thank you, everyone. Have a
Bravo,
great night.
Chairwoman and Ranking Member. Good work. Good team.
Good work.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Whoa.